morning we'll be receiving two briefings from the CT program led by, I believe, DG Fuchane, because we've received an apology from DG Sishi. But maybe let me allow for Anele firstly to take us through the apologies this morning.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to members. We also received an apology from the Minister who is attending the IMC meeting today. And we also received an apology from the Deputy Minister who is attending the launch of the infrastructure project at King Hitsa TVET College. Those are the two apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anele, for those apologies. Colleagues, we had said that we would initially start with the adoption of the two reports. However, I think let us perhaps start with the presentation from the CT program led by DG Fuchane. And I believe the two CT colleges that will be coming before the committee this morning are KZN and Gauteng. Welcome, colleagues. We are really excited to be interacting with yourselves this morning. I know for sure Honorable Mananiso is definitely excited to receive the presentations from yourselves as part of our commitment as a portfolio committee to lifting CT colleges and creating equity within the various programs of the department. We may have interfaced, some of us, during the CT summit that was hosted earlier on this year. It was this year, right at the beginning of the year, in fact. And DG Fuchane, I believe you'll also be updating us from a departmental level on some of the progress we've made in relation to the recommendations that came from that particular summit. As part of our resolutions from our midterm review as a portfolio committee firstly was the very alarming realization that we've only interacted with one CET college, which is Northern Cape, and therefore the need for us to prioritize interacting with more CET colleges. We can't only advocate for the department to play its part in relation to lifting the CT program, but we as a committee also need to play our part in the prioritization of the program within the work of the committee. So this is the first step, honorable members, towards rectifying that and strengthening the oversight function that we play with over the sector. We must apologize for some of the delays in communication. The parliamentary email, system was down apparently yesterday. And we do know that the CT program did receive our request, I think on Monday or Tuesday, Monday evening, to present, given the fact that many members were not available this Friday for us to go to SANSA. And we are noting the difficulty with the Fridays, honorable members, that many members do have commitments, party commitments in their provinces. And so having physical programs on a Friday is very challenging. And we are going to find a way of managing that as the management committee of the portfolio committee. So that is duly noted. I'd like to request that when we are not speaking, that we keep our cameras off and we have our cameras on only when you are about to make your presentation. In fact, how we prefer to do it is that you keep it, you turn your camera on when you are about to make your presentation or at the start of your presentation, and then you turn it off so that we can strengthen the bandwidth that we are all using. So I think at this point, I can then hand over to DG Fuchane to make the opening remarks and then hand over to the two CT programs that will be presenting to the committee this morning. DG Fuchane.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee as well, and staff members from the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to my colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and of course to the KZN CET College. Honorable Chairperson, maybe you will assist me in getting clarity, because my understanding was that we needed one CET college and we have KZN CET College. But should we require that we have Gauteng as well, we can arrange that whilst Mr. Mncube, can you hold back, please? We'll indicate to you when you must flight. Thank you.
Thanks, Fuchane. The briefing we had received from colleagues was that we would receive 2 presentations. So from KZN and Gauteng. But if Gauteng has not been prepared for this morning's engagement, then we'll take that college that has been prepared, which in this case you are indicating is KZN.
Yes, yes. Thanks. Thank you very much, then, Chairperson. We have KZN that has prepared for the meeting. I think.
Sorry, can I just, sorry to interrupt you, colleagues, can we please make sure that we keep our mics and cameras off throughout the duration of the meeting? If you're not speaking, can we please make sure that we do that? Apologies, DHET.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Chairperson. I had requested the principal to be available and to present. But let me first start, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, by thanking the Portfolio Committee for this opportunity that is given to CET colleges to present. It's most welcome, and we feel that it is much needed, that there's also a session where the CET colleges can indicate what they are and what it is that they are doing. And indeed, the last engagement, which was very brief, was when we were in the Northern Cape, and it was combined with universities and the Northern Cape Rural TVET College. So we do appreciate this opportunity. Honorable Chair, but I must also indicate that this took me a bit by surprise, because I'm actually supposed to be chairing a meeting with PSA and the union that there's a set of demands, but I'm managing that. I'm really managing that. I'm supposed to be chairing that session with the union. I'm currently now at the BCC, Buffalo City TVET College, for that meeting with PSA on concerns that they have with the standardization processes that they wanted the department to clarify. But that meeting will continue parallel to my being present in this meeting, so that is fine. Chair, I do not want to waste too much time, and I just want to indicate then, with the permission of the chair, I hand over to the college to start with the presentation, and thereafter then I will do the presentation on the progress report on the resolution of the Ministerial CET Skills Summit. I'll be guided by the chairperson whether the 2 presentations follow each other and then it's questions, or it's one presentation at a time and then it's questions and discussions. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'd like to hand over to the college to then flight their presentation, but they must start. Dr. Mtetwa is the principal of KZN CET College, and he must just start by introducing himself. Thank you very much, Chair.
Before Dr. Mtetwa comes in, we will take both presentations and then we'll take discussions after that. So yeah, that's how it will proceed. Over to you, Dr. Mtetwa.
Greetings to the chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. What a privilege and an opportunity this opportunity is for us to meet with you. We really appreciate the leadership of our DDG, who is working so tirelessly to make things work for CET. And we are excited to be here and to share with you the little that we are doing there. I am not going alone, and maybe let me say all protocol observed. Chairperson, you will pardon me if there are any procedures and protocol that I am flouting. It's for the first time one is coming to a platform of this nature. So please, my apologies if there is anything I'm flouting.
You're doing well, Principal. You're doing well.
Thank you, Chairperson, and my humble greetings to the all the honorables who are here, and may I say all protocol observed. I'm not going alone, Chairperson. I'm accompanied by the head of the council. Dr. Buthelezi is here. I've got our senior management here. I've got the SRC also here. So after my presentation, then we'll flight quick. I don't know whether we'll flight also quickly the SRC one, but we'll be guided by the chair. May I then request Ms. Simibe to flight to share the screen? Please go to, that is our presentation, Chairperson, as KZN City College on this date. And it's such a privilege for us. And it's history in our college because it's for the first time this is happening in the life of the college. The presentation outline, Chairperson, will be as follows. If you can go to slide number 2, it will be looking at the background and the white paper, KwaZulu-Natal map, as well as the municipalities, the total population per province, as well as the enrollments. Well, I think you can read the Chairperson the limit because time is not on our side, but that will be the format of our presentation. I don't know whether Ms. Ngube, you can put it on a slide mode, please, so that it could be read from there. And it's much better if it's on a slide mode.
Yeah, yes, Doctor, I'm trying to do that. I just think that Mr. Dlamini should come to my office urgently and assist. Okay. Thank you.
We will go in the meantime. Well, the background is known to the honorables who are here because they were part and parcel, some of them, of this process, which is a very, very good process, which saw the start of this exciting tier of education, which is a third sibling in the higher education space. It started in 2013, and as a result, this KZN City College structure was established in 2017. If you can go to the next slide, ma'am. Well, this is premised on the white paper, which sets out strategies to improve the capacity of the post-school education and training system to meet the South African needs. It outlines the policy directions to guide the DHET and the institutions for which it is responsible in order to contribute to building a developmental state with a vibrant democracy and a flourishing economy. Its main policy objectives are a post-school system that can assist in building fair, equitable, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa, a single coordinated post-school education and training system, and an expanded access, improved quality, increased diversity of provision, a stronger and more cooperative relationship between education and training institutions and the workplace, and a post-school education and training system that is responsive to the needs of individual citizens, employees in both public and private sectors, as well as broader societal and developmental objectives. Chairperson, this is very, very critical because this is where the higher hits the tar. I mean, these objectives, they are an embodiment of our existence as a city college, because we've got so many people who could not reach the TVETs, who could not reach the universities, but through this opportunity of city colleges, then those objectives could be realized. Now, if the post-school system is to serve the country well, we need more places for people to learn, for more types of courses and qualifications. And please go back to my slides. Yes, the next one. I'm on the next one now. Yes, and more financial support for students and better quality education and training. Please move to the next slide. Now, let me take you through a tour of the KZN CET College sphere. It covers, as you can see, Chairperson, it's a very, very vast province, from Umkhanyakude down to Herikwala in Kokstad. And we are located there at the metro in Durban. And we are expected to cover all those districts, all of them. We've got to have our tentacles there. And that is our mandate, Chairperson and honorable members. If you can just move to the next slide. Now, as per the latest arrangement, we are having 40 CLCs. And you can see that at Amachuba, we've got 2 main centers and 11 satellites. Herikwala, 4 and 20 satellites. 11, 2 and 8. And the list goes on and on. But the total of our main centers is 40, Chairperson and honorable members, and 260 satellites. Please move to the next. Now, the total population of South Africa by 2021 by province was reflected like that. And you can see that Gauteng is leading and followed by KZN in terms of the number of people in their millions. We've got about 11.62 millions. And what we need to, the projection of what we need to cover in terms of our mandate is in the next slide, of the mandate of what we need to cover in terms of CET as per the vision or 2030 of the NDP. You can see that in 2022, our target is 32,688. And last year it was 29,635. Well, then we are just taking, that is our share, which is about, and from the budget that we have got 7% as per that slide. Please move to the next slide. And then the enrollment, Chairperson, from our centers in 2021, we were not able to meet our target. But this is what we achieved in terms of the targets as per each center out of those 40. You could see that, for example, at Amajuba, we had targeted 1,482, but we had only achieved 1,215. Those were verified, and we had a shortfall of 267. You could see the shortfall, it adds up to 9,277, and we achieved 20,363. I think then please move back to that slide. There is one thing I want to point out to the honorable members about that there are cases where we have outdone ourselves. For example, at King Tetwayo, we were able to even go beyond our target, where we were targeting 2,964, but we were having a surplus of 681. Please move to the next slide. Then, Chairperson, in terms of our overall learning area pass percentage per city college, I'm glad to inform to you that we've done relatively much better. I'm not going to say it's well, because this is not where we want to be, but we have achieved overall 75.5% as the province. And that for us is quite something we're really very proud of, given also the nature of our lecturers, where most of our lecturer cohort are still underqualified. Most of them have got grade 12, and the DDG is working hard with us and some CETAs to make sure that we address that. Can I move on then to the next slide? Then let me bring you to our enrollment targets in 2022, Chairperson and honorable members, but in line with our program diversification. This is in line with the ministerial call of mass skill provisioning. So we are aligning ourselves so that even our enrollment seeks to be in line with that call by the honorable minister in that summit. So I'm not going to be able to read everything, Chairperson, because of time, but let me take an example. We want to say all the districts must be having a share of 100% of our enrollment. And then each district will take a certain percentage on what needs to be achieved occupationally and what needs to be achieved also non-formal skills. Let me take, for example, Amajuba as the first one. It has got a total contribution of 5% to the enrollment target of 32,688, which is our target. Now, based on that one, then they have got to have a total target of 1,634 to contribute to that. And then on occupational, they have got to have 5% of that, which is about 82. And then on NQF level 4, up to amended senior certificate, which is equivalent to NSC, they have to have 458 for 2022. And then in terms of GTC level 4, that is where most of our enrollment is. We have to have 56% from Amajuba, which is 915 students. And then on non-formal, we have got to have 11%, which is translated to 180 students. Now, that said, Chairperson, we are, from our academic board, consciously aligning even our non-formal programs to be standardized, to be uniform, so that they can easily step up to occupational. Let me cite an example. If we're doing sewing, for example, as a non-formal, we want to do it in a uniform or standardized format for all our centers, so that when we get accreditation for that, it's easy to step up, because our main objective is to make sure that we train people so that they can take part in the economy, their local economy. And I'm so excited to tell you that we are moving in that direction, and even our training, therefore, which is led from the front by our DDG, capacity building of our lecturers, will be in line with that, so that when we are looking at our training plan will talk to all those issues. In other words, this what you see talks to our training plan, talks to our how we align resources, however meager or limited they may be, but to make sure that whatever we find is talking to this so that we can have an impact. I've made an example of the first one, and it's the same thing for all our other districts. If you can move to the next slide, please. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yes, then the proposed DHET, you could see that one in terms of the proposed DHET targets, we are having those figures that we are having that which is coming from DHET. Then we are saying we also have to move into that in terms of the overall non-formal programs, in terms of the NQF level 4, and up to ASC. It's now combined. This is what we want to achieve. It is just a summary of what we have just talked about. If you can just move quickly to the next one. Yes. Now the implementable enrollment targets, Chairperson, based on what of the resources we see, is summarized in that fashion. And I think that is what we will try as the college. You can see here we are setting the bar a little bit higher than what could be minimally expected from the CLC. Let's take Amachuba as another example. You could see that it is 5%. That has not changed for 2022. And then, but we are saying, let us move that to 36,057 as our target. But the interesting one is this one, where we are saying, let the total district now record a higher number of 1,803. This is, Chairperson, what we are trying to say as the college. We want to set the bar high for ourselves, so that we try and reach the minimum. That slide talks to that, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. If you can just move on. And then we are coming now to the KZNCT college programs. This is what we envisage to offer, Chairperson. You could see that we are moving gradually from IET, sentiment to a CET college. You could see that under occupational, this is what we want to achieve as the college. And under non-formal, this is what we want to achieve. That column is talking about traditional dance, poetry, beadwork, which is our strong point at non-formal level, but we want to see if we cannot upgrade that to an occupational skills program. Having said that, Chairperson, honorable members, this is not cast in stone. Why? Because we are not choosers in terms of resources. So we are saying we are flexible to say if there is anything that comes from other seaters to say, look, we can offer you this, it will be part of our basket list. But in terms of what we want to achieve and as per our APP, those are the programs which have also been approved by our leadership at DHET. Next slide, please. Then the partnerships. I'm so excited to inform the honorable members that through the, I should say, the leadership of Umpepeto, our honorable minister, and the strong leadership of our DDG and her intervention at strategic level, we are seeing more and more seaters coming to the fore and saying, how can we help? And we are very excited that we have got partnerships, and partnerships are growing to such an extent that we are saying we've just received a huge amount of money even from NSF as a result of those interventions. So we've got partnerships with Mersita, we've got WNR SITA, we've got partnerships with the Department of Public Works, FNP, FPNM SITA. Those are the partnerships we currently have. You could see that it goes on MQA, CAT SITA, CEDA, FACET, and I'm talking about, Chairperson, committed, funds, something which is exciting for us as KZN College, because now we are talking strongly the language of occupational skills, skills which are going to make an impact and change the lives of our people. Please move to the next slide. Now, let me take you through a tour of our community colleges and our pilot centers. And I'm not going to talk to that slide, but let me go straight to the pilot centers we have. The first one I'm going to take you to is at eThekwini Metro, Chairperson and honorable members, which is called Pindangene CLC. It's our own facility, as you can see. It's found in a small area, though. We have, with the limited resources, tried and renovated it, but there is still a lot that needs to be done there. We are now also, because of the demand, getting some sponsorship. I think it's from WNR where we are buying the mobile classroom, which will gonna be placed there. Next one, please. And then this one is also in eThekwini Metro. It's called Dokis, at Honorable Chairperson. It is housed where it used to be the college for, former white teachers, where the white teachers were trained in the olden, apartheid days. So there is ample space there, Chairperson. Actually, that is the facility that can turn gold for KZN CET College. It's got strong buildings, and there is a lot of space that is still underutilized. And we are just making the most of what we can, but obviously there are some bureaucratic glitches there, because even though the space is not utilized, you still need to get some paperwork from this department, and it's a very, very slow progress to try to get there, to such an extent that some of the processes, we started them in 2018 to get a building. It looks like we may have some movement just for one this year. And again, it is something that is not concluded. It's still something that we are saying we hope to achieve. So that tells you, Chairperson, the kind of some challenges you are facing, but we're going to talk about that when we talk about infrastructure. Please move on to the next one. And at eThekwini, Chairperson, that is when our things have begun to happen. That what you see is there was a program which was sponsored by DPW, where it was garment making, and we took people, we housed them in Dokis because we've got a housing facility which we have revamped a little bit with the legal resources we have. And those garments were made, and that was the process, as you can see. Please move on, and you can see them wearing them, Chairperson. I'm sure even yourself, Chairperson, you can proudly wear that garment in yellow. With our project coordinator, Mr. Tabete, who was coordinating everything. Please, next one. And I'm taking you now to Amajuba, which is our second, our third CLC, pilot CLC, because there are 5 in our province which are piloted, which we are focusing on as the department to make sure that they live up to what is expected of CET centers. And there we are the experts. I dare say that, Chairperson, we can make you a beautiful handbag out of hides, skin hides. So I can take orders from all the honorable members, and we can supply you without any qualms. That is at Amajuba. And then that is another one which we inherited from DBE, which is found in the northern part of KZN in Zululand. Now that is our own center, Chairperson. What we are struggling though is to get the paperwork, because that is a hindrance in so many issues. When you get a sitter to say we want to do something, that paperwork is not there. But by all means, that center belongs to DHET CET College. Please move on to the next. That is the backside of it, Chairperson. And then let's go to Zululand. This is not a pilot, but this is one of our centers where we are doing wonders. And I want to take you, I don't know whether you can play that video. I don't think you can hear that sound, Chairperson, but if it doesn't come out, it's unfortunate, because I wanted you to hear the song of the ladies as they do their work. You can see those mamas there, those ladies there who are coming from the community, and they are our students. And they are doing that great work there. They are doing aprons. beautiful aprons, which they're doing as part of ours. That is a sewing time song. We played it. It's unfortunate that you can't hear, but I can invite all the honorable members to visit the center and you can hear the song. And also they do that, Chairperson. If you are coming to the coronation of the King, you would have been dressed by us, Honorable Chairperson. Please do tell us if you're coming, because we'll be very happy to dress you. Then I take you to the last one, which is our last, number 5 of our pilot centers. But I've mentioned 6 now, including the Zululand one. The Etna Gazu CLC. Chairperson, this one is spatial. We found it, it was not in that shape. We have painted it, as you can see now. It looks much better than we found it. But the story behind this one, Chair, is very humbling. A certain lady who had a child who was disabled, wanted her child to be effective in the community, to have some skills. Then she started this, and when she heard about CET college, system, she approached us, and then we were so excited to have a conversation with her, and she donated not only that facility and the land on that facility, quite considerable amount of land. And therefore, Chairperson, we have, it was called 1-to-1 battalion. It's still called that now because we have not gone through the process of gazetting it. But in principle, they were taken to council to say, let us honor this lady while she is still alive. Her name is Etna Gazu. And we have proposed to council, and I'm excited that the council has also agreed unanimously, that this center be called Etna Gazu CLC in recognition of the contribution of this lady while she is still alive. So that is the center you see, Chairperson. Let me show you what is the office is looking like. Though we have done something with also the ablution facilities. We have set up an office so that it looks like an institution of DHET, as you can see. Please move on to the next slide. That is part of the land we have there. We also grow, you do agricultural programs there. And then also we do poultry, as you will see in the next slide. There is poultry there, there is sewing there. Chairperson, I'm talking about people who are mostly disabled, whom we are targeting there. And we're excited also, Chairperson, that through FACET, they've donated 20 computers, laptops to this facility. And they have also donated a mobile class to this facility. So this is very exciting, Chairperson, and that comes through our leadership at the national office, also at how we work, and the council. As you can see now, I'm coming to governance. We have got a very hardworking council that is visionary, led by Dr. Telezi, who is present here. And we've got Dr. Nasi, who is the deputy chairperson, Advocate Zungu, who is the council member appointed by the minister, Mrs. Zamadlamini, who is the council member appointed by the minister. We've got Mrs. Ntoi, who is Ms. Ntoi, who is a council member appointed by the minister. And you've got council appointees, Mr. Gunene, Ms. Lala, Mr. Tango, Mr. Maharaj, Mr. Ntombela, and you have got also Ms. Fundile, who is the internal staff representative. Please move on to the next slide. Those are the committees, Chairperson. I'm not going to bore you with them. You can see them on the slide. But if you can just go back, we have got all the committees and they are functioning well, Chairperson. All of them. We have got the executive, we have got audit and risk, we have got human resource, we have got Plancom, we've got FinCom. Next slide, please. Then, Chairperson, in terms of human resource, we are excited to tell you that we are moving in line with the other provinces. When we came, we had a great number of our lecturers who were double dipping. But we have started a program of making sure that we are aligning ourselves with the metamorphosis in the sector, which is moving towards CET sector kind of a format. And therefore, I'm glad to inform to you, Honorable Chairperson and members, that we are gradually moving towards that. But we have done that very responsibly, Honorable Chair. We have done that to ensure that the students are not affected. In other words, we are still keeping some of the double dipping colleagues where there is no CET dedicated person who is qualified to take over and teach those subjects. But we are trying to make sure that we do find those. With the center management, we are also hoping that the DPSA will approve those 40 center manager positions, which can be advertised, and then we have got full-time center managers. There is merit, Chairperson, in having full-time center managers in our CLCs, because that brings stability, that brings accountability, and as long as we don't have these, it is one of the challenges that are still facing us. But I have seen that our DDG in her intervention, she's trying so hard to get to the point where we do have these center managers permanently appointed. There has been some development to that regard. But I'm also happy, Chairperson, that we are only having the 294 which are still to be standardized, and the process has begun. We have got concurrence that has been authorized, and those people, all of them now, will be moved to standardization. So in KZN, we'll only be having only double dipping colleagues who will be on the claim system, and that will be a very, very small number. Now, as I'm drawing closer to my presentation, Chair, I want to take you to what we call flagship centers obtained through partnership approach initiated by KZN CET management. And this will be the first one at Hlakanipani CLC at Umsinga. That facility, Chair, we found it in a dilapidated state. We have painted it, we have put in doors, we have put in windows. As you can see, that is the car of our DPC who was monitoring the process at Umsinga. Please move on to the next one. And this one is exciting, the Chairperson. We have got a land, which is, I think, over 2 hectares. The lady you see there is the chief of the area who donated the land. It is found in 8 file. The land is still vacant. It is close to a school, close to the road. You can build your state-of-the-facility CLC or campus. Funds are available, but the land is available. And you can see that is the land I'm talking about, how vast it is. Very vast land and rural. And our CLC that is there is also the Tatezake CLC, which used to be a Nedupola Skills Center, which was given to us to be utilized by the KZN CET College as per our initiative. Please move on to the next one. And this one, Chairperson, I'm excited to tell you that this is a state-of-the-art facility which is donated by the Services SITA to the Greater Kokstad municipality. We have got a tripartite kind of MOU, which spans for about 25 years, where the CET College has been given charge of this center. And there are so many things we see there. That is the front part and the admin part of it. That is still the same thing. We have started sewing there, as you can see. And there is also gonna be a DSI, Department of Science and Innovation, state-of-the-art living lab, which is gonna be built in there. It has been financed, the money is there now. Then that is going to benefit the people of Kokstad. We've just recently held a meeting with the municipality there and presented, and they were so excited. The mayor was there, the municipal manager was there, and all the council members were there. And they were so excited to hear that there is this that is going on. As a result of also the NSF funding we've received, it's going to be directed also to these facilities, Chairperson. Please move on to the next one. Awareness programs regarding opportunities in city colleges to address the high unemployment rate in the KZN region. The KZN City Colleges needs to have an understanding with DBE in terms of infrastructure available so that it can be handed over to the college. That is what we are trying to do. We are looking for additional funding. We have hosted, for example, the CETA forum, called all of them. and made a presentation to them. On the 11th, we are calling all the departments in the province where we will be staging and stating who we are as the college and how we can be part and parcel of a collective that seeks to address the issue of skills, deficiency, and empowerment of our communities. We are currently hosted at Department of Basic Education institutions. While the central office is based in Springfield in Durban, we are still renting. It's difficult to rent for a small space because the college is growing. We are also having programs, seeking programs to be quality assured by Umalusi, which we have currently. They are quality assured by Umalusi, but also we are moving towards having programs that are assured by QCTO. Please move on to the next one. Now, infrastructure challenges, Chairperson, I've alluded to that one as part of my presentation. Well, the security, we don't have budget for security. These facilities we are getting, another drawback is that you need security. Once you get them, you need security. There are some of them which are pursuing. For example, at Ilembe district, we have got a school where we need security. We have got, we will be signing an MOU where we are getting a state-of-the-art skill center, which was sponsored by Mr. Reddy, Vivian Reddy, you know, in Durban, his foundation, and it's going to be transferred to our name. It's a skill center that has got all the accreditation for welding, for bricklaying, for computers, etc., etc. So we are looking forward to inheriting that one. But the problem now is the budget to deal with security, the staff, etc., etc. Using the DBE schools with no MOU or protocol has given us a challenge, but we are handling that with the assistance of our CET branch. They have done something which I think is going to help us to deal with that challenge. Then the issue of title deeds, which are not available, I've indicated that one about Usizulu. We are struggling to get one for DOCIS, for example, or even the permission to occupy documents, so that we can, when we get funding from CETAs, that could not be a stumbling block. Well, Chairperson, the lack of infrastructure for CET colleges is a known fact. This is hindering our drive and our vision and our energy to make an impact, because, I mean, if you are offering skills programs, you need to have all the time. And if you are starting at 2 o'clock, you will see that it is not enough. So we need centers to run from the morning up to in the afternoon. And that is where we're going to make an impact, Chairperson. Well, marketing, we're trying all we can to make our college to be marketable. We've gone to radio, we have got a website, we've got a Facebook. Please, Chairperson, visit our website, visit our Facebook. If you just write KwaZulu-Natal Community Education and Training, you will see more. We also use print media, we've got pamphlets. Of course, I've talked to the radio marketing. I've been to KwaZulu several times. We are trying to make sure that we also use community radio stations. The challenges, I think that will be a repetition, but just to highlight the infrastructure, the access to schools in some district. We don't have district-based college staff, Chairperson, which is supporting the managers. The center managers. This is what we currently don't have. So until the PPN is finalized, we don't have that. And that is a huge, huge challenge. The thin structure at the central office, the thin structure in terms of the human resource, that is another challenge. And as we speak, we don't have the internal audit manager, we don't have the accounts manager, we don't have the SCM manager. That gives us a challenge, Chairperson. But I'm glad to tell you that even though that is the case, we have been able to achieve, through the support of the council, through the support of the branch, under the leadership of our DDG, Ms. Fuchane, we've been able to achieve in our first audit unqualified, and for the last 2, we have achieved clean audit. And that is why, Chairperson, as I conclude, we believe as a team that if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Thank you, Chairperson. And that is a quotation from the great Martin Luther King Jr., who said those great words. I really want to thank this opportunity from the DDG and from you, Honorable Chairperson, to allow us to have your audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the principal of KZN City College. Can I then hand over to the SRC?
Ms. Mngube, if Ms. Mngube, through your permission, Chairperson, can load the presentation of the SRC.
Can we have an indication of whether or not the presentation is being loaded? Can we have an indication of the presence of the SRC, Mr. Ngcobo? Are there any colleagues from the SRC on the platform? Mr. Ngcobo,
Yes.
the secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, the provincial coordinator, Mr. Mchunu, but I'm hearing a lady's voice.
Honorable Chairperson, we are here.
And can we please refrain from using any of the reactions? I don't know, I see people are using various reactions. Can we refrain from doing so, please? All right, I'd like to hand over to the leadership of the SRC. So if the president at this point could kindly take over and make their presentation. Okay, I heard people saying yes. Can someone come in and give an indication of
Yes.
who is making the presentation of the SRC? Hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Ms. Ngiti, can you
Yes.
introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Nombuso Mafuleka. That is my the name is my Gmail address. My name is Nombuso Mafuleka. I am the Deputy Secretary General of the SRC. I would like to say all protocol may be observed, and may I kindly and humbly greet all honorables which are here at this meeting at this hour, and thank you for the time and the moment that we have been given as the SRC to come and be in the meeting. I am here to present.
Sorry, Ms. Mafulega, before you continue,
Yes.
so you are the Deputy Secretary of the SRC. We had
Yes,
hoped to, can you give an apology in relation to the President or the SG? So give us an understanding on why you as the Deputy Secretary General will be making the presentation as opposed to the President.
Yes, ma'am. I would also like to humbly apologize on behalf of our board members, Mr. President, for not being available at this moment, and our Secretary General, they are not available due to exams which are taking place, and they are attending those such of matters. I would like to humbly apologize for them not being present.
Okay, all right, so the President and the SG are not available due to exams, and so you'll be making the presentation. That's fine, that apology is noted. If you could kindly open your camera for a few seconds so that we can see your face, and as you continue with your presentation, you can then close your camera.
Okay. Humbly apologize on my behalf. Okay. I have opened my camera. You cannot start. It's written you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Okay, let's see what we can do on our side.
Okay, there we go.
All right. Okay, we had seen your face earlier on. You are the lady who had her camera open all the time. Okay, welcome, Ms. Mafulega. You can go ahead to make your presentation and you can switch your camera off so that your internet is stronger.
Well, it's supposed to be on.
Yes, we can see you. We saw your face. We see you, Umuhle.
Okay, thank you.
You can now turn the camera off so that your network is stronger.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity again. I will be presenting on behalf of the SRC. On my first slide, there is presentation outline, which is the background objectives of the SRC. SRC portfolio, SRC elections, portfolios, structure supporting SRC, 2002 SRC 2002 program of action, role of higher health, capacity building, DHET, sports and causes. Can I be moved to the next slide, please? The background of the SRC, I will not be going word for word, but I'll just summarize everything due to time. SRC student representative, a structure which represents the interest of the students of KZN CE College as envisaged in section 14 of the CET Act of 2006 as amended in the student of the college. Kindly move to the next slide, please. The statutory objectives of the SRC are to promote the mission and vision of the KZN CET College, to align program of action with the NP-CET outcomes, to provide leadership to students, body, and promote unity in the diversity among students, to represent students of the college in matters that may affect them, to serve the interest of students without particularly bias, prejudice, discrimination, or preference, by promoting excellence in leadership and student governance. The 2002 elections in turn, SRC elections, which is my next heading. The 2002 SRC elections in terms of the SRC constitution of the KZN CET College of 2019. The SRC at the KZN CET College acknowledged that the student population is from disadvantaged communities. Its strategic goal is to ensure that graduates are produced at the college are not only of high academic structure, but also have the necessary skills to lead in various spheres of governance. These are our board members of the SRC. President Lungani Ngobo Mkubundlovu, Deputy President Mbatha Siphelele King Echwayo, Secretary General Tyler Beck, eThekwini Metro Pinetown, Deputy Secretary General Mafuleka Nombuso, eThekwini Municipality Umlazi, Treasurer General Kasim Nazira Amajuba, Information Media Publicity Officer, Information Media and Publicity Officer, Ngidisi Nempilo Purity, Ilembe District, Education and Academic Sports Officer, Pengunt Ombikayise, Ugu, Welfare, pardon me on that, Welfare, Gender and Disability, Zungula Zizipu Herikwala, Partnership and Community Liaison Officer, Ngobonogwanda Utukela, Sports, Arts and Culture, Kanye Pilani, Umkanyabude, Moral and Ethics Officer, Sishin Duduzo, Zululand, Health, Welfare, Gender and Disability, Buthelezi Siphelele Umzinyati. Those are our SRC of 2022 board members. So this is our 2002 KZN CET College SRC provincial coordinators, district coordinators, and college officials. This is the first picture we took. And these are the same pupils, which are the 2002 KZN CET College SRC provincial coordinators, districts, coordinators, and college officials. So this is the 2022 program of action. Term 1 was the 17th January 2002, 25 to 25 March. Second term was 5 April 2002 to 24 June 2002. Our third term was in 19 July 2002 till 30 September 2002. Our fourth term began on the 11th of October 2002 till the 15th of December, which we are still going to. Thank you. Excuse me. So these are the programs the SRC to achieve before the end of our term. This is term 4. And term 4, which began on the 1st of October till the 7th of October, we have readathon, road shows. Responsibilities will be SRC, we'll go to the SRC, DSRC, CLC, SRC, and organizers. Indicator reports. The activity from the 1st of November 2022 will be leadership training. Responsibilities will go to external facilitator, SRC. The next activity will be submission of all reports by district secretaries to SRC secretary in preparation for the The responsibility will go to district secretary, central SRC secretary, CSRC presidents, and indicator report representation. From the 25th of October, excuse me on that, my line is bad. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
We can still hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. From the October 25th, 2002 submission. Oh, excuse me on that. Can I just go on December 1, 2002, GBV awareness, disability awareness and World AIDS Day. Responsibilities will go to SRC presidents and indicator circular. And from the 1st till the 3rd of December 2002, review and reflection of the year 2002, CSRC closing function and responsibility will be CSRC coordinators and indicator function. Next slide, thank you. Highlights of the events held as per the program of action. Memorial service of 2 college students that passed away due to floods at eThekwini Metro, Pinetown. That is the picture. 2002, KZN CET College SRC district coordinators and higher health official. SRC capacity building facilitated by DHET, DDG Ms. Fuchane and Director Ms. E. Kodisang. Sports activities. The KZN CET College Central SRC arranged Sports Day in commemoration of Youth Day. Hosted on June 16, 2002, Central SRC wanted to celebrate this day with all students from different districts, for all students to come together and participate in different sports codes as part of the extramural activity and wellness of students. Sports Day included the following codes: soccer or football, netball, chess, morabaraba, indigenous game. Central SRC wishes to encourage students to participate sports activities by availing themselves to play at least one sports code. Students living with disabilities were also encouraged to participate in many of these sports. These are the buses which transported us from every district to one district, which was Umzinyati. Those are the gold medals which were given to winning students on the sport. We were celebrating after that because of the happiness that students had to be together in one sports ground in Umzinyati. Kindly move to the next slide, thank you. The results are presented on the table below. Soccer, netball, chess, morabaraba. First position for soccer went to Herikwala. For netball, King Echwayo. For chess, Pinetown, morabaraba, Umkanya Ude. Second position went to Umkungudlovu for sports, Amajuba for netball, King Echwayo for chess, Uku for morabaraba. Third position went to Ilembe for soccer, Ilembe for netball, Pinetown for chess, Herikwala for umrabaraba. In conclusion, the year has had its ups and downs, but we are positive of the future of the college. We wish to recruit more students in the years to come and change the mindset of our communities towards CET College. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mafulega, for that presentation and for representing the SRC in your capacity as the Deputy Secretary General. I'd like to now hand over back to DDG Fuchane to make the last presentation on an update from stemming from the implementation of the recommendations from the CET Summit. DDG Fuchane?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for this opportunity. I am going to now switch off my camera and load the presentation. Whilst I'm loading the presentation, Chairperson, through you, as I'm loading, please allow me to just make two points that are not related to the presentation that I am going to be making. The first point, Chair, I just want to announce to the Honorable Chair and to the Honorable members that exams started this week for CET colleges, and that would be not only the GETC exams, but we also have students that are coming in for the second chance matric program that are writing the examinations with our CET colleges. So all CET end of the year exams are currently taking place. And this is a first biggest exam that we are running as ourselves. So it's quite a trying time for our colleges. As Honorable Chair would note that the exam function was shifted to CET colleges with effect from 1st of April. Chair, the principal made a note regarding the enrollment figures. I just want to make a general remark that with the current funding for our CET colleges, we will never be able to reach those enrollment figures. Something will need to be done in relation to increasing the funding. And that also goes to the operational costs for colleges, which are sitting at 215 million, and ideally they should be around 30 million. Mr. Malisela, please share the presentation for me. I don't know why it does not want to come up from my side, but I've got you there to assist me. If you can share my presentation, please. And so the issue of, and put it on presentation mode, thank you. And I will try to control it from my side, if you can allow that, please. So the issue of funding is critical, and similarly with the issue of compensation of employees, that is, it was at the beginning of the year, although already reduced, it was reduced to 89 million. And we thought that we would use this for critical posts. And unfortunately, through the standardization process, yes, Chair.
On my side, I'm just seeing the slides aren't moving.
Okay, Mr. Malisela, can you put it on slide mode, please? And allow me to control it from my side.
Nothing is happening. So I think, I don't know, is it possible to have someone else flight a presentation, but someone else control it?
It is possible, yes. But it doesn't matter, you can also control it. Just put it on slide mode and move to the first slide, Mr. Malisela. I normally am able to flight my own presentation. I do not know what is happening now. Mr. Malisela, can you put it on slide mode, please?
Let's try to share and unshare. Or rather, unshare and share.
Let me continue in the meantime, as Mr. Malisela, you are attempting to put it on slide mode.
Sorry, DG Puchane, can I request that, Anele, can we, is it possible for us to assist on our side? Do we have capacity to assist?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, DG Fuchana, if you can just be a little patient so we can figure this out and before we have the presentation flighted.
That's fine, Honorable Chair. And maybe in the meantime, I can just indicate that KZN CET College in the previous financial year received an unqualified audit outcome. And we are pleased as a department that out of 9 CET colleges, 8 had received, 2 have received clean audit outcomes, and 2 had received clean audit outcomes, and 6 had received unqualified, and only 1 college had received a qualified audit outcome, and we have no disclaimer. Thank you very much, Chair. And then I proceed. These are the items I'm going to cover in terms of the presentation, and then if we immediately move to the background. Honorable Chair and honorable members, my apologies immediately there, because this is to provide the update, not to M, but to the portfolio committee. And I do hope that this is the correct presentation. If it's, oh, I'm worried now, if it's flighted by Mr. Anele, it could be, it's possible it's not the latest presentation, but I will manage. In terms of the background, if I can just speak briefly, Honorable Chair, if you can go to the previous slide. The Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation convened the Ministerial City Skills Summit, which was aimed at assessing progress on the vision entailed in the white paper.
Is there a significant difference between the presentation you wanted to present and this one that we have?
No, not really, Honorable Chair. The significance would be that I made this presentation to the ministerial management meeting. And
okay, so maybe what we can do is, let's do this, colleagues. I'm gonna give us 3 minutes to have the correct presentation sent to ourselves and have the correct presentation flighted. So it's 10:22 now. So just after 10:25, let's have the right presentation up.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience to Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Okay, no worries. Colleagues, can we have an indication on whether or not we're coming along all right?
Thank you, Chair. I've just received the email of Mr. Anele Kabingesi. I'm sending it through now, maybe just 15 more seconds as I send.
Okay, so let's start at 10:30.
Thank you. To be more than ready. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, it's 10:30, colleagues, and the presentation is up. I believe this is the correct presentation, and possibly it should be soon sent into our emails. DDG Fuchana, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. I thank you very much for your patience, and I apologize for this mishap, and I thank Mr. Kabingesi for assisting with flighting this. The purpose, Honorable Chair, is as per the request that I should provide to the Portfolio Committee a progress update on the Ministerial Skills Summit that was held on the 8th to the 9th of March this year. Just touching briefly on the background, our minister convened the summit, which was aimed at assessing progress on the vision as it is entailed in the white paper, and also to provide actions and activities that would strengthen and stabilize the CET colleges, and of course, position them to become key institutions for the provisions of skills programs in South Africa. We actually basically want to take them beyond just academic programs. This summit, Honorable Chair and honorable members, also gave the minister an opportunity to provide his vision and priorities for the sector and engage with the stakeholders on CET matters, because the minister hadn't had such an opportunity. The summit also provided an opportunity for all key role players in the sector, not only in CET, but in PSET as a whole, internally and externally, to engage with the minister on issues that relate to the review of the implementation of the CET concept since 2015. As we know that with time, a lot of things change and one needs to keep up with time, with the changes, without, of course, throwing out the good. And also to make recommendations on the reinvigoration and stabilization of CET colleges. Next slide. The resolutions are categorized in this manner. Because the summit took place over 2 days, I must indicate though at this point that before we undertook the national summit, we undertook regional summits. And the purpose of the regional summits was that they were to feed into the national summit. And the regional summit allowed for even a broader and deeper engagement at a local level with key stakeholders, because we knew the limitations of the national summit, that not everyone could be accommodated. And also we wanted as the department to get a sense of local matters as provinces differ. There are commonalities, but certainly there will be differences. So there were regional summits that were held. And the outcomes of those regional summits were also then taken to the national summit. After the activities, the deliberations of the summit that was held, the resolutions were then packaged in terms of the categories. And I must indicate, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that they were then shared for adoption, if I may put it that way, on the last day of the summit. In terms of the categories, what came out were the vision for the sector, matters that were said to be the key and focus matters that needed to be dealt with. The list is comprehensive as per the summit, but it may not necessarily be comprehensive in terms of the sector, and we understand that this was the initial summit. Infrastructure, partnerships, funding, capacity building, implementation, and operational plan. Thank you. Next slide. Now, in terms of what was said about the vision for the sector, it was said that colleges need to have a clear institutional identity as a system that is dynamically linked to communities they serve, and that CET colleges must collaborate with TVET colleges, universities, CETAs, faith-based organizations, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, and other government departments for mass skills provision, as CET colleges on their own cannot do this. The other matter that came up of importance was in infrastructure. What came up was that there should be a development of an infrastructure plan for CET colleges through engagements with planning, policy, and strategy branch, which is within the department, with the Department of Public Works, with TVET colleges, universities, churches, and other religious organizations. It was also said that TVET colleges in particular must collaborate with community education and training colleges for the use of underutilized spaces, workshops, and equipment for skills development program delivery. This is critical when you talk about mass skills provisioning, which was the theme of the summit, as 96% of CET colleges are operating from schools, and it will be difficult then to massify on the provision of skills in the space of schools. And hence the nearest would be TVET colleges, and this does not exclude universities. CET colleges also said that they must partner with TVET colleges, CETAs, DHET institutions, FBOs, NGOs, and other government departments, including the private sector and community structures with the same view of expanding skills programs. The issue of the importance of partnerships came out very strongly, and the national strategy on partnerships in CET colleges, which is in place, is to be implemented and needed to be reviewed in those areas that needed review. And this was to fast track quick wins on infrastructure, human resource capacity, skills programs, and of course, funding. There was a call for establishment of RPL centers and this recognition of prior learning centers, and this was to be done in collaboration with the nearest TVET colleges which have recognition of prior learning centers of specialization. I think currently there are 6 of such TVET colleges, and also establishment of digital learning platforms and expansion of Living Labs project, which is an ICT program, and connectivity to be consolidated systematically. Next slide. The summit called for funding, and the summit indicated that the department must engage with National Treasury and funding institutions, organizations, and to intensify additional funding for CET colleges. The summit also called for the development of a sustainable funding model and the improvement of conditions of service and stabilization of staffing. And this comes from the many concerns and some of the challenges that were raised through the standardization of the conditions of service, particularly of lecturing staff in CET colleges. The summit called for establishment of a dedicated information and communication technology once-off fund for colleges as they don't have ICT infrastructure. There was a call for consultations with SETA chief executive officers to allocate a percentage of SETA funding dedicated to CET colleges, particularly for this ICT fund. There was a call for NSF to commit 200 million, which would be a seed or a kickstart, if I may put it that way, for the provision of skills occupational non-formal programs in CET colleges in line with the theme of the summit. On infrastructure, I have covered this. I think it's coming up for the second time, so we can move on to the next slide. Apologies for that. Capacity building. The summit called for the development of a long-term development and support plan with a special focus on lifelong learning, creativity, critical thinking, innovation, communication, and entrepreneurship skills, addressing historical challenges of underqualified and unqualified lecturers. Recruitment of appropriately qualified, skilled individuals, and implementation of civic education to entrench an understanding of the country, its values, constitution, moral issues that are plaguing our society, and that seek to build responsible citizens to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide and all social ills that we see emanating from our communities. Next slide. The summit called for an implementation and an operational plan. The view from the summit was that if there's not such a plan that is dedicated and that has a task team led and mainly having members external to the department, that it would be better to have that in order to prioritize and fast track the resolution of the summit. So this task team was a DG, it was said to be that it must be a DG task team, and targeted consultations with key stakeholders to be undertaken to review the CET sector plan to make sure that it is updated and to develop costed implementation and operational plan for the implementation of the recommendations that came out from the Ministerial CET Skills Summit resolutions. Thank you. Now on progress. The previous slides were indicating what the summit felt were the key issues that needed to be prioritized. And to date, we had that summit in March, and now we're in the beginning of November. In terms of the vision for CET colleges, and it has remained the same, is that our CET colleges are aligned or are positioned for a differentiated system that opens up diverse, flexible, accessible, quality, lifelong learning opportunities to individuals and communities in order for them to improve their quality of life by progressively articulating into further learning, employment, which is formal or informal, and or sustainable entrepreneurship. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we say that our CET colleges are the institutional type that is for everyone in this country. They cater for anyone who has never been in a school because they can get basic literacy and numeracy skills. They cater for those who have been at school and perhaps have dropped out. They cater for those who have even gone as far as their last year of schooling but may failed 1 or 2 subjects, so that we have the second chance program. We also have a senior certificate as amended, and now we are getting into the space of skills programs, occupational programs, and non-formal programs. Honorable Chair, honorable members, we acknowledge the fact that a lot of work needs to be made in profiling and advocating for the work of CET colleges in terms of their role, particularly in our communities and society. And the second bullet says that some of the challenges that are plaguing our CET colleges about not having institutional identity is due to the intangible physical nature that in many of our colleges, it is very difficult to point out a college and say this is a CET college, something that is easily done for schools, universities, and TVET colleges. But I'm pleased that we are making progress in this regard, as you would have seen in the previous presentation by Dr. Mthethwa, where he showed the centers that are standalone centers and that have signage. I have said to CET colleges, in addition to this, even when they have a school and they are sharing and having facilities or programs in a school, they must negotiate with the school that they must have a dedicated board that is for the CET college. Next slide. In terms of infrastructure, we have started collaboration with TVET colleges. There are partnerships between individual TVET and CET colleges. And the CET and TVET branches have interacted on the need in terms of infrastructure. And Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the issue of articulation, because we are concerned that our CET students, when they finish in CET college, find it difficult to further their studies. That is for those who want to further their studies. So we are strengthening our relations with TVET so that those who want to articulate into TVET colleges can do that. And also you have students who can articulate into universities as well. I am pleased to report that a number of our CET colleges already have these partnerships with TVET colleges. And unfortunately, the numbers are far from what we wanted them to be at this stage, but this is something that we are still working on, including the framework on this collaboration. On the CET infrastructure program, we have made big strides in the reprioritization of 1 billion that will be redirected from the interest income earned from universities' infrastructure to fund CET colleges' infrastructure program. I need to reiterate here, Honorable Chair, that this money is not taken from infrastructure fund of universities. So the universities are not in any way disadvantaged. The money is taken from interest earned, which the universities by law are expected to return to the department. And because Treasury has rejected all calls for funding for infrastructure for CET colleges, then the request was said to Treasury that the interest earned on the funding for universities' infrastructure can then be redirected to CET colleges. With the assistance of our CFO and the newly appointed Chief Director Infrastructure, on the side of the department, all that work has been done and the necessary documents have been submitted to National Treasury. We are now just awaiting a response from National Treasury, and should they grant us that approval, we are ready to start with the implementation of the infrastructure program. We have started engaging colleges, but we have also informed them that we don't yet have approval. We are waiting for approval, but we wanted colleges to be shovel ready in case we do get that approval. Thank you. Next slide. On the use of DBE public schools, in some provinces and schools, there's an impasse between CET colleges, the centers, and schools. And this results in destabilizing our centers because as and when the school principal feels they remove the CET center from the school or make conditions extremely difficult for our colleges to be able to conduct teaching and learning and training, of course. We then arranged a meeting on the 2nd of August, 2022, which was led by our Director General, Dr. Sishi, and myself, and also senior managers from the branch. In this meeting, we addressed HETCOM. HETCOM is attended by the provincial heads of education, and all of them were present. In HEDCOM, we raised the issue that we had given them the protocols which were due to expire on 31 March 2022. We gave them in November of the previous year, and they had not signed, all but for Northwest. We appealed to them that they need to sign the protocols, as we did not have a legal document that was assisting our community colleges to be rightfully using public schools. The process is very slow, unfortunately, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. However, at that meeting of 2 August, all heads of Department of Provinces agreed to this. We didn't have anyone that didn't, and they pledged their support. I believe that their support is still in place and intact. It's just administrative processes. Sometimes in government, they take long, but we did resubmit and we are following up. And at the moment, we are sitting with those 3 because the HODs did pledge to sign those protocols. Thank you. Next slide. These are the partnerships that the colleges have, and they range from government departments, they range from universities, they range from non-government organizations, and they range from, as you can see, a South African Library for the Blind. And we are working tirelessly to make sure that in our facilities, in our centers, we are able to accommodate students with disability, and hence some of the partnerships are critical to us. SALGA and COCTA and local municipalities are also very key partners for CET colleges. We have drafted memorandums of agreement in this regard, and we are in the process of finalizing on those. There is not a single CET college that does not have a partnership with a SETA, and many of them would have more than 2 to 3 partnerships with SETAs. Thank you. Next slide. Again, on partnerships related to faith-based organization, my branch has met with a number of faith-based organizations. Our view here, Honorable Chair, is that we will work with all faith-based organizations. There's none that we will choose. The Anglican Church we met with earlier in the year, and recently in August, we met with the Muslim Judicial Council. We also have a meeting planned with the South African Council of Churches and the Zion Christian Church and others. At the last ministerial management meeting, when I made this presentation, I made a call to the National Skills Fund to say, as we are meeting with this faith-based organization, because we believe that they are closer to communities, and they can also help us in increasing our numbers. And many of these faith-based organizations, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I must state that they've got skills centers, that they can assist us in ensuring that we can roll out skills programs in those centers. However, funding will be required. I then made a call that the National Skills Fund, if you see in the last bullet, the National Skills Fund should have open a window for funding for faith-based organizations, so that this can bolster the partnerships that we are working on with faith-based organizations. Thank you. Next slide. Funding. The city colleges have submitted the funding for the 200 million from NSF. I am pleased, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that 3 weeks back, I think it was at the beginning of October, yes, the first week of October, I called all the principals of CET colleges, and with NSF, we had a meeting in Pretoria where we gave them the National Skills Fund award letters. So they have letters that indicate that their proposals have been approved. And currently, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the CET colleges and NSF are in the contracting phase. And then colleges will use this period, and the year is over in any case, including the fact that we are writing exams. Therefore, we anticipate that implementation is going to be in January. So all is on board in terms of the 200,000. There was a call for a CET college's sustainable funding model. I'm pleased to indicate that the Director General approved the new funding model for CET colleges. It is important to note that whilst this funding model does not provide additional funding, but it does aim to ensure equitable distribution of funding on the current budget. And it also gives us research requirements for additional funding. Now, when we ask for additional funding, it is based on facts and not on assumptions that we are making. Just yesterday, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I had called a meeting with the Council's FinCom chairpersons, as well as Deputy Principals Finance, and I had taken them through the preliminary allocations for the next financial year using the new funding model. Of course, the final allocations using the new funding model will be given to colleges after the budget speech, which will be in February next year. Thank you very much. Next slide. The summit called for a special CET grant through CETA regulations. This is an extremely difficult one and complicated, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. And the summit and the chairs of CET college councils called for the development of a funding grant allocation, which is similar to what is currently in place for the quality councils for trades and occupations. While the CETA grant regulations must be amended for this to be possible, we have started consultations with the skills branch on the status of the draft regulation. We are not the only ones who are calling for this. And I know that the other stakeholders that are calling for similar CETA grant regulations are having difficulties with this, but also we are forging ahead with the recommendation that was said in the summit. Next slide. On the ICT fund, I must indicate that we were extremely fortunate that through the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, already in January, the minister issued gazettes for the provision of ICT infrastructure by Centec and the provision of connectivity by RAIN to 63 CET college sites, 9 head office and 54 pilot centers. On this one, I'm pleased to report that the work has already started. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we have prioritized the CET pilot centers. I must indicate that Centec, they started in Northwest and I think in Mpumalanga. They are already out there, yes, Northwest and Mpumalanga, and they're already out there in terms of the implementation of connectivity for the identified sites. In addition to that, we also have many other, I'm not going to read them, I'm just going to summarize. We have many other ICT initiatives that are taking place in our centers, and this includes ICT laboratories, also supported by WNR CETA, digital learning platforms supported by ETDP CETA. And I must indicate we have forged a partnership with NEMISA, where they will be training 2,000 of our lecturers on digital literacy and others. We launched with the Deputy Minister ICT laboratories in partnership with Eco Labs. We did the launch in Chiawelo in Soweto. And when we were launching, the labs were there, the labs were functional and the students were in class. And just for Gauteng CET College only, these labs are in 10 of their centers. We've had further discussions with Eco Labs where we are discussing the expansion of these programs to other provinces and other colleges. Next slide. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, whilst these initiatives are good, the point that is being made here is that additional and dedicated funding is required for ICT infrastructure. I must indicate here that CET is the only institutional type where both lecturers and students were never provided with any tools of trade, if I may put it that way, even during the COVID period, never provided with laptops, never provided with tablets. And they were severely affected by that, whilst university students and TVET college students, to some extent, I acknowledge the challenges as well, that at least they did have tools that some of them could continue in this sector. Even the lecturers do not have laptops and we do not have the funding for that. And therefore, in the infrastructure funding that we were requesting, we also requested that provision should be made for ICT. Next slide. RPL and civic education, I'm going to be very brief on this because it's very good progress again here. We received funding from ETDP-SETA for recognition of prior learning. We have identified centers that will pilot this. And the beauty of this is because the TVET colleges had previously received funding also for the establishment of RPL centers of specialization. So the centers of CET colleges that are going to be doing RPL will be paired with TVET colleges. Civic education is extremely important, and we see it, particularly its importance in our communities, as it's also linked not just to citizenship and understanding your role and responsibility as a citizen, but also in assisting us in the moral regeneration in our community to deal with the social ills. I'm pleased to indicate that whilst we did get funding for civic education from ETDP-SETA, Higher Health also came on board. They sought external funding, not from the department, and they have finalized and developed a program on civic education. And Higher Health has also sourced funding to start with the civic education program for 1,500 students in our CET colleges, and that will be done with effect from 2023. Next slide. Capacity building, we have a lecturer development master plan, which we've shared with all our colleges. And in terms of our targets for training our CET colleges, I must indicate that we are on target and we do have the funding assisted by a great deal by the ETDP-SETA. I must indicate that the operational budget of the CET branch is extremely small. I think it's sitting at something like 0.2%, if not less than that. And that's why you will hear every time I talk about progress that has financial implications, it means that we have to go and seek funding elsewhere. Within the NSF funding that has been made available in all the proposals of the colleges, they have also included capacity building programs. Next slide. Implementation and operational plan. Stakeholders at the summit agreed that a costed implementation of an operational plan needs to be developed, including a review of the CET sector plan. We have already identified task members. We have drafted and developed and processed a submission for the minister's approval and consideration and approval. Must indicate that initially we did a DG submission, as you will see in the earlier slide, as per the resolutions of the summit. They call for a Director General task team. We did that, and once it was in process, it had to come back because any task team that has financial implications by National Treasury regulations, it can only be a ministerial task team. So we had to change that submission into a ministerial task team. The terms of reference is the same because they would still be doing the same work. They will also be looking at providing guidelines for the curriculum review that is required in the sector. Thank you. Next. There was one slide that was just indicating that the report is for noting and concurrence. And thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. And I appreciate the opportunity that you have given CET, not only to present on the KZN CET, but also on the CET resolutions. Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you very much, DDG Fuchane, to the principal, Dr. Mtetwa, of the KZN CET College, to the leadership of the SRC, the Deputy Secretary General, who made her presentation. I'd like to believe those are the only presentations that we had scheduled for this morning. I'm seeing, DDG Fuchane, is that a new hand?
Sincere apologies, Honorable Chair. It is a new hand and a plea and a request, if the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members would permit, that perhaps through you, Honorable Chair, you could ask if in agreement, the Chairperson of Council of the College, if they have anything to say.
Thank you very much. I actually was about to ask if the council was present, because ideally they would have been the first ones to speak before the principal came in. So I was actually going to raise that concern to say, are they present? Because ideally they should have come in before the principal came in. But when you hand it over to the principal, I think I lost my footing in that case as well. But I just remembered now that we have not heard from council. So I want to really apologize to the chair of council and to members of council who could be present on the platform or watching on the various social media platforms of parliament for that, and afford the chair of council an opportunity to make reflections in terms of the governance of the institution. Chair of council. I don't know if it's the network on my side. DHET Fuchane? Okay, I see there's a hand that has gone up. I would like to believe the chair of council is Dr. Buthelezi, but I'm not.
Yes. Chairperson, through your permission, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mteto.
Chair, I've just, because she had asked to leave early, but I've just called her. She's going to join now, because what you are saying, Honorable Chair, is very much important. So if I may indulge on your kindness, just to give her some few seconds for her to join. She was also having another meeting at the university. Please, Chair, if you may, and honorable members.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, there she is. She's just joined the platform. Dr. Buthelezi, welcome back onto the platform. Let's apologize from our side as the committee. I think when DHET Fuchane handed over directly to the principal to make their presentation, we then made a huge error not to ask at that point in time for the presence of the chair of council, because ideally the chair of council should have gone first and made the opening remarks of the institution or of the college first before handing over to the principal of the college. So I want to apologize to yourself and to your entire council for that particular error in terms of how we actually usually conduct our meetings. But welcome back. We just thought before we go into questions from members and comments and reflections or recommendations, allow you on behalf of council just to share with us your reflections on the governance of the institution or any other remarks that you would like to make. In this case, I guess it's closing remarks as we afford members the opportunity to ask their questions, make their comments and their recommendations. So over to you, Dr. Buthelezi.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll try to be quick because I'm presenting in a conference at work in 10 minutes. Let me take this opportunity to greet everybody who is present here, all members of the Portfolio Committee, the DDG, College Management, and the SRC. Thank you so much to the Portfolio Committee for this opportunity. What's happening? Am I still audible, Chair?
We can hear you, Chair.
Oh, thank you so much. From Dr. Mteto's slides, you did see that we have a fully constituted council. We are happy about that achievement. We are working very well with management to take the college forward. Even though we are in a province that has been plagued by a lot of problems, such as COVID-19, riots and floods, we are still soldiering on for the benefit of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I can safely say that as a college, we are growing. Although we still have problems, such as it has been reflected in Dr. Mthethwa's presentation and in DDG Fuchane's presentation. You are already aware that most of our CLCs are still in DPE schools, but we are hoping for the best. We are also happy as a council that we are making progress in terms of partnering with CETAs, with TVET colleges and NGOs. We are making good progress in that regard. I do believe that we will still be getting more funding from the CETAs that we partner with. Skills provision is a huge task. Although funds like from the NSF is much appreciated, but it has to be said that we still need more so that we are able to do the job effectively. So as council, we are moving forward and we are working very well with management and also the office of the DDG. I would like to thank DDG Fuchane for the progress that we are seeing in the sector in relation to a lot of things, even the way that the lecturers are now being paid. We are making progress there. Although we still have problems here and there, like I have alluded to in relation to infrastructure, but we are making progress as a sector. And I really want to appreciate what the DDG Fuchane is making. Her commitment is highly appreciated. Thank you so much to all of you. I have to run. I have to present a paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buthelezi. Thank you very much to all colleagues who have presented this morning. I see the hand of Honorable Mananiso has gone up. Can I note any other members who have comments, questions, or recommendations to make? I think it's really, I don't know how to express myself, but the issues around funding. And I mean, I think we had these conversations when we received the annual performance report of the department. The issue on funding in the CT program is of serious concern. And it's something that we really need to take up as a committee, particularly even with Treasury. And as we adopt the BRRR report, I think, you know, when we go and debate this report in the House, honorable members, it's very important that we have a collective voice on the matter as a committee across political parties, because I think the concern on the shortage of funding for the CT program is a shared concern amongst political parties. And for us, the fact that during COVID, this program didn't receive any support. And we're not even talking about the students, we're like literally just talking about the lecturers or management. It really, it stung, you know, that we have not done enough in terms of supporting the program in that regard. So for me, that the issue of funding really remains of great concern, and it's something that we need to highlight as a portfolio committee. And really hold the hand of the program, of the CT program, in how we make significant strides in that regard. I have other questions, but I think I'll let Honorable Mananiso go ahead, and then I'll come in with my questions and then hand over to Honorable Sibia and Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, allow me not to switch on my video. One would want to welcome all the presentations given today. And I think I must indicate that on the part of funding, you have actually covered with it as all parties involved in this PC. We must speak one message with many voices with regards to funding for CETs. And we cannot, deal with one issue time and again as if there's no political will. So it is important that when we debate that BRRR indeed, this become one of the topics that we must speak on. Chairperson, I think one would want to actually appreciate the efforts of the KZN College in terms of forging partnerships with different stakeholders. It actually shows that this thing of social compact is not a political statement or a slogan, but it's something that is possible to be implemented when people are at work. So it is important that we acknowledge that in their presentation, we see a good picture of those particular partnerships. However, I've got questions with regards to that. I just want to check with the school if they have one standard of MOUs that they sign with all their partners, or they've got different processes of procedures of signing this particular MOUs. And on slide 18 on the using DBE schools with no MOU or protocols, I want to check why do they have that particular state? Because for me, as government, we need to be having a paper when we working together. And how soon will this matter be attended to? Because it's very clumsy that you don't have a DBE MOU with the Department of Basic Education. So for me, I don't understand what could be the issue and how soon can they address this clumsy matter. On slide 20, I understood when they say that they have challenges in terms of SCM issues, how more especially on the issue of the SCM manager to be appointed. And I want to check with them how soon will that be done. And currently, as there's no SCM manager who's actually executing this particular task, because we know in terms of the operation of the institutions, this is one of the critical units in the institution to make sure that operations continues without being tempered and being derailed. On the other question is, does the college has a survey that checks on where does the population come from? I'm asking this question, Chair, on the basis that at times we do outreach programs. However, our constituencies, they don't actually utilize those spaces. So I want to check if they do they know the population that they have? Because where I come from in West Rand, there's an outcry that people, the population in our colleges are not from West Rand. It's most of the people from Mpumalanga, Limpopo, KZN, and Eastern Cape. So I want to check with them if they know their population, and if not, do they have a plan of ensuring that their outreach programs, they target those specific constituencies, so that, when we deal with issues of unemployment, inequalities, and poverty, we are able to even advocate to our people to say, you know what, there's no need of you going to Gauteng. Use this KZN colleges, they are here for you, and so on. So I want to check if they have a plan with regards to that, and specifically their population of the students there, if it's directly from KZN. Chair, I think I want to share with all of you on this particular platform that 2 weeks ago, I attended level 4 West Call celebration for their graduations. And you see, this is one of the space that any institution must never miss to support in terms of ensuring that these people, they find articulation from your CET, TVET to universities. So I don't think we are giving the necessary attention to that space of your level 4. So we need to ensure that we give it the attention it deserves so that it actually becomes meaningful for us in terms of our developmental plan. My question to the SRC, I want to check, I'm happy about the presentation and I'm very happy that they are making that space to be youth friendly. They've got youth activities, they've got sports programs. However, I want to check as SRC, do they have an outreach program that specifically speaks on recruitment with regards to the services provided by the college? And do they have programs in partnership with the management of the school that they have embarked on? And on the issue of your sports programs, I want to check with them where the municipality involved as the department. You know, municipalities have Department of Sports, provinces have Department of Sports, regions have Department of Sports. So because of we're dealing with issues of cost containment as government all over, I want to check when they do these particular programs, do they have partners from those particular levels? If not, why? And can in future they involve those that are directly custodians of those particular services, so that we don't use the money that we don't have for things that are not actually meant for. So I just want to check with them with regards to that. And Chairperson, I think in this particular PC, we need to acknowledge the accessibility of Ms. Tembisa Fuchan. I saw on the SRC pics there, she is there, you know, giving some training with regards to services. So it is important that we note that she's an active citizen and been given an authority that is for dealing with CETs, and she is available. I'm very happy that the SRC was able to even capture that pic when she was doing the training. And Chair, let us note as well the powerful and simple contribution by the SRC to say that moving forward, they are looking at, recruiting more young people from KZN to actually occupy that particular space. It is recommendable, and we just want to check if they can submit to us the program of action in terms of how are they going to do that. Because on their program, even with regards to this last time, they don't have anything that speaks about outreach programs. We saw GBVF issues and whatnot, but they don't have a specifically program that speaks to a outreach program. Chairperson, lastly, on the issue of the CET summit report, one wants to acknowledge that there's work being done after that particular CET summit. And as you have alluded, indeed, this is one of the sectors that I've actually taken an interest on following it up from the point of view of beneficiaries, of educators, and as well the societal reception with regards to this process. And I think that as much as we acknowledge that something is being done, but they need to do more and they need to move at speed, because one feels that with regards to CET, there's that reluctance as if, it's by the way thing. And I don't think that we're doing justice to our people if we would want to address unemployment, inequality, and poverty. So it is important that the department note that on this part of CET, I shame, but they are walking in a park instead of running in a marathon. So it is important that they do what they have to do. Issues of funding, we have dealt with it. Compensation of employees, one have noted that. But Mama Tembisa, I want to check if, with regards to these compensations of employees across the country, don't we have any pending issues with regards to that? Because I know one of the educators from our CETs in Rand West once, had some discussions with me with regards to that. So I just want to check if all of them now their issues have been addressed. The summit was to position the CET, yes, indeed. However, with the space and the pace that all of us were moving with, I don't think that would really be happy about how things are happening with regards to positioning CETs and TVET colleges in our townships. The chairperson, one would want to recommend that perhaps in our space, we need at some point to, deal with the normal and do the abnormal just to do our robust oversight. I think I want to suggest that in future we must have a regional meeting where we do oversight to these particular CETs programs, just to check with them that vis-a-vis the recommendations of the summit as CETs in regions and TVET. How far are you with what has been said and given to us as Parliament? Because for us as this particular portfolio committee, we have emphasized to say it is important to get nice presentation, but our interest is more on the positive impact on the ground. So Chair, I want to suggest that and let them note as the department that in future we would want to have this regional offices to come to us and so that they can give us the report vis-a-vis the resolutions. And perhaps taking it further, I want to suggest that in our respective spaces, when we do our constituency work as members of Parliament, let us make sure that we do oversight on CETs and TVET just to check and gauge on this issue, the resolutions taken at the summit. Chair, I'm happy that I had a question with regards to slide 9 on the task team because of Mema Tembaka when she was presenting. We didn't get clear terms of reference. However, where on the last presentation on implementation and plan of action, they said that they have the duration and everything. So can they submit to us as the portfolio committee in terms of the terms of reference, specific terms of reference, and as well the specific program of action and all the durations that they have said? Because I think we must go away from issues of creating task team that will be forever task team and not having ending time where at least we would say that these people, they were fit for purpose and they did what they had to do within a certain period of time. And I hope that this particular task team, they are being given a project scope in terms of what to deal with, because other task team, it's for compliance, and now we are tired of that, and we want action-orientated people who are active citizens who understand that now as a country, skills revolution is part and parcel of our apex, and they need to do what they have to do at that particular time. Chair, with regards to slide 12 on the infrastructure for CETs, for TVETs, I think I want to welcome the efforts that has been done by the department, and I hope that the National Treasury will respond to their issue of money from universities directed to TVET. So I think very soon, Mema Tembisa will hear from you in terms of the positive response with regards to that. And we hope that with this 1 billion that is been gauged for that, no one would steal even a cent because our community are running out of patience of this stealing, and they think that as politicians, we are the ones stealing this particular money. Chair, on slide 13, the PET signed protocols, I have seen that they have indicated 3 provinces. When will other provinces sign this particular PET protocols? And if not, what is the request for those who were in the meeting but then don't comply on the outcomes of the meeting with regards to this thing of signing of protocols? She has alluded that all HEDCOM agreed, but still there's no commitment. What is the request from the department with regards to that? And can we have a specific time frame on this follow-up with those ones who are pending to sign this particular protocol? Slide 14, Chair, all cities have established partnership with CETAs. Can we just have that all cities, so that when we are in our constituencies, Chair, if I just decide to get into a CTE, I'm able to check vis-a-vis the list that would be given because they are saying all. So I hope that anybody can go anywhere. And when we do our short left, we are able to say, this is what we got. What is it on the ground? So can we have that particular list? Slide 15. I think, Chair, my comment and recommendation with regards to that is, can we expand our lobbying and advocacy program to other churches? It is good that we see certain churches committing. So I want to check with the department, did they open up to everybody besides using media, but sending church by church based on the FBO database that they are calling for them to partner with them with regards to the space for CETs? If not, can they do that? So that we are not being seen as aligned to specific churches because of them being traditional churches and being known churches, well-known churches. So I want to just comment to say that they need to make sure that they expand their lobbying and advocacy with regards to other churches, and they must include them. On slide 16, call to all school principal. I want to check with Mema Timbeka that did all these principal attend? And if not, still, what is the recourse for those who didn't attend? NSF funding, and I'm noting the good work that has been done with regards to NSF award letters. How many colleges has actually signed? And if there are those that haven't signed, why? And is there any plan to make sure that at least here as well with regards to NSF funding, we'll be saying all, not the few. Slide 20, Chair, RPL civic education. I think one wants to welcome that at least they've got a specific number of students, 1.5 for 2023. So we hope that they will reach that particular target, and they are putting all hands on deck to ensure that they cut across all provinces. They are inclusive of all gender, sex, your people with disability, people with albinism, and other different of abilities when they recruit this 1.5 for this particular RPL civic education. Lastly, Chair, it is important that we get that particular implementation plan of action as soonest, so that we move with them with regards to our oversight and accountability processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for all presentations. I think some of the items were covered by the previous Honorable Mananiso regarding e-funding, infrastructure, churches, and I would like to know what at Amajuba, the percentage is too low. The issue of communication with the communities, or the strategy which is being used to recruit, which one are you using to recruit? Because if you see, okay, we know that the centers are only 2, but the percentage is too low. We know that the district is not too big, but if you are talking about communities, supposed to be kancane nje ku-5, kungami ku-5. Which strategies do we use for recruitment? And you have talked about communication with community structures. Which community structures are you talking about? If you can be specific, or 1 or 2 examples. And Ministerial CET Skills Summit resolutions, it has been indicated what conditions of services are to be improved, as well as stabilization of staffing. I'm not sure whether I do understand quite well into a stabilization of staffing. Does it mean, as we are talking now, the issue of staffing is not yet stabilized? If you can elaborate more on the issue of stabilization of staffing. I think some, without repeating what has been said, thanks so much. You are doing well. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and honorable members and colleagues from the CET division. I have only two things that I want to say. The first thing is that I was actually struck by the contagious inspiration which one could get from the KZN CET College. It seems to me it's something similar to what we experienced from the Northern Cape person who addressed us in the R, if colleagues will remember that session. One still has a question in the back of one's mind if a whole division within the Department of Higher Education for CET was actually the thing to do, as one thinks that like universities do small self-formulated or self-composed courses. FET colleges could have done the same, but this this kind of inspiration which exudes from the two principals with whom we had interacted, let me wonder, might that exactly be the reason why a certain division for CET is necessary, so that there can be room for some new thinking, new approaches. And therefore, I would like to welcome all the presentation we received, all exhibited that spirit. Specifically regarding the DDG's presentation, she referred to something like a QCTO for CET qualifications or courses. I just want to make sure exactly what she meant by that, because I have this idea, which she might correct me on, that the strong point of the CET division is exactly the fact, as it was exposed by one of the speakers at the summit at the beginning of the year, that not everything need or should be regulated, and that it produces a kind of a stifling learning environment where there's not room for let's say on the spot innovations to make something more relevant to the community in which the community education and training college should exercise its job. Now, maybe the DDG could just correct me there and say I didn't quite understand correctly, and then maybe explain how the let's say the interaction between being agile and in a space where you can in a very pragmatic way, make innovations, and on the other hand, to make sure that there's at least some quality control. So that's the only question that I really have. For the rest, I just want to welcome and say it's like a nice fresh breeze. Speaking with CET colleges and the passion for the exact segment of our working age population with whom they work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. And thank you very much to honorable members. I think, oh, I see the hand of the whip is also up. Okay, let me take the honorable whip and then I'll come in with my comments and questions as well. Honorable Matlaki.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to yourself and honorable members, as well as the department and CET College, SRC Management and Council. Oh, sorry, I muted myself there. Let me also join the queue that welcomes all the presentation presented before us this morning. Firstly, one must acknowledge, Chair, that the CET of KwaZulu-Natal is led by a chairperson. I'm not sure whether I saw it properly, is Dr. Am I correct?
Both the chair and the principal are doctors.
This is actually, heartwarming, precisely because of the challenges that are faced by the CET, that we have very, qualified individuals leading this particular institution. And it also gives one some comfort that in the work that the CET is doing, there is a general appreciation of the challenges and capacity to deal with all these issues. But let me get to my questions. In relation to the recruitment at CET, I take note of the fact that Honorable Mananiso and other honorable members might have spoken to this, but I just want to understand the capacity of the institution in terms of accommodation of more students or learners at the institution. What is the current capacity of the institution versus the learners that they have? And whether is there room for expansion? If there is, of course, there is a need for more students to participate and enroll in these institutions. But what is the current capacity and how many do they have? And number two is the business of ITC and the mode of learning in the college. How are they capacitated in as far as ICT is concerned, given the fact that DDG Fuchane has indicated issues relating to laptops that are not budgeted for, given the limited resources? What is the mode of learning? And what are the challenges in relation to ITC? And what is it that the college is doing and to make sure that they capacitate that particular space? And what other programs, over and above what has been presented before us, what other programs can the institution accommodate? Are they having, futuristic programs to enhance the work that they are doing? In terms of capacity of lecturers, the capacity, I want to get an understanding, the ratio in relation to learners versus lecturers. How many learners are being trained versus the lecturers that they have? For instance, do they have a maximum of 32 per lecture, or how is it allocated in the institution? My other question relating to capacity of lectures is the actual capacity of lectures in the institution. How may maybe in terms of qualifications, even though they might not give us, the exact figures now, but roughly, in terms of capacity there of lecturers, how capacitated are they? On issues of funding, I think we've spoken at length of course, even the summit, a a commitment of the 200 million is precisely to assist this budget. But currently, what is your current budget as the CET college, and what are your major? Chair, I'm aware that the presentation might not have spoken on issues of COVID-19, but I want to find out, how did the institution manage the transition, or during the period of COVID, how did they manage it remotely, or did they simply close the college given the ITC challenges that I might have? And
I think we've lost Honorable Mahlatsi due to network challenges. Maybe I'll then come in at this point, and when she's reconnected. Honorable
yes. What were the major challenges? In as far as the governance structure of the institution, are all structures sufficiently capacitated, being the council, lecturers or trainers, management of the institutions? Are there any vacancies currently? If they are they intending what is the process? Because it was clear that they had advertised posts, whether they have been filled at this point, and if not, why? And if they are going to fill them, what is the progress thus far? To the SRC chair, part of the work that we try to do is not to create problems for CET, but simply to, or any other institution or within the sector. But it is also important that our SRC are able to highlight the major challenges in as far as learning is concerned, so that we are able to, because challenges from one CET might not necessarily be the same to the other, although the sector is similar. But it would have been important to flag out the major challenges that are faced by SRC, because they're representatives of the students. I always say we don't necessarily always want a rosy picture, but equally, we must not manufacture things that are not existent. If the institutions is run properly and the SRC is happy, it will be good. But where there are challenges, how can they highlight major challenges? To DDG Fuchane, I want to reiterate what Honorable Mananiso has spoken to in relations to commitments made during the CET summit, that we need to push a little bit much more harder, especially on infrastructure programs, as well as making sure that the sector operates optimally and effectively and efficiently, and we have clear timelines in terms of how we are to achieve those. The progress report, yes, it gives some level of comfort, but on the issue of budget and ICT, I think I'm a bit worried, and on the infrastructure. So if DDG Fishani, if she could just give us a clear picture in terms of when will they be able to achieve this commitments as presented, especially where there are shortfalls. In relation to the engagements with the Department of Basic Education, I think we really need to enhance in that particular space. And where there are shortfalls, can we get a clarity in terms of how will this particular issue be, when will it be resolved, Of course, we take note of the meetings that have taken place, the commitment that have been made by different HODs of different provinces. But it is important that we really force a particular element, and whether both ministers, both Minister of Higher Education and Basic Education, have they met to really support this particular project so that it sees the light of day. The last part is on the budget allocations, because DG Fuchane has indicated that there's a preliminary budget that has been presented as per the needs of different CET throughout the country. If we could have a glimpse of that preliminary budget, because it will also give us a picture to say, you know, this is how much, when an amount comes holistically, it doesn't give you a clear picture in terms of which college has been funded, how much, and so on. But if we have those segments where we get a picture of individual CET, and if we could get a broad analysis on major expenditure issues from the CET sector, to say these are the 5-7 major expenses that's coming from this particular sector, and we will be able to you know, make an emphasis on these ones given the needs and challenges. But one cannot move from this platform without speaking about the infrastructure issue. It must be addressed, DDG. And the last part, Chair, to the college is around the land matter. There was an issue that
Okay, we seem to have lost Honorable Mahlatsi again.
it's on the land. Am I back, Chair?
We can hear you again.
That part is on the land. I heard that there was land. I don't know what the principal said donated or what. There's a transitional process that might take place. Is it a general transaction where the Samaritan has just given the institution land, and are there no implications in relation to it? And one must appreciate the fact that the CET has been able to really focus on people with disability. It is a highly commendable. They were able to really recruit along that particular.
Honorable Mahlatsi? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I'm done.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Thank you very much, honorable members. I think on my side, maybe let me start with okay, when we're looking at the presentation of management, I've also been trying to, like Honorable Mananiso, understand the demographics of the college. So really thank you very much for the presentation and how you've managed to give us a sense of I don't know, the geospatial realities of the college, so where your colleges are. But like, for example, you know, when we look at eThekwini and we think of the population density of it, it would make sense why you have 69 satellite centers. So that makes absolute sense and is easy for one to understand. For a person like me who's not from KZN, when you then look at Umkhanyakude, which has 36 satellite centers, which I think is the second highest, because some of the slides are cut off at the bottom, particularly the slides where you have tables. We can't see the last two or last one table, but I think Umkhanyakude has the second highest satellite centers. And one would want to understand what informs that. So why would you in a region like that have the second highest satellite centers? And is there a correlation with, well, just from, for example, eThekwini, you'd understand, and that's because, you know, we understand that is an area that should be dense in its population. So you understand why it has 69 satellite centers. But you could look at the presentation is on our phones because we could not get it sent to us directly. It was too big a file, so I just need to look here again. Just 1 second. If you look at a region like Umzinyathi, when you look at the size of it spatially, it could be just as big as Umkhanyakude, yet it does not have as many satellite centers. So that correlates to the population of that particular region. And have we made an analysis of whether or not we are able to have sufficient centers to service the population numbers that we have in the different regions? And where would we think there's a shortfall? So maybe we can, you can share that with us. So where you see in this particular region, we don't have enough satellite centers and we should actually be building more to fit that particular population. Is there a matter that could be similar to the Northern Cape, for example? So the Northern Cape is a very vast province, but it doesn't match the population, right? So it's big, yes, but the numbers are small. So Gauteng is small in terms of its size, but the numbers are massive. So very similar to eThekwini, I guess. But are there regions that find themselves in a situation like, where the region is quite vast in terms of its space or spatially, but and therefore there's challenges around being able to service the region well because of how vast it is, and people having to maybe travel long distances before they get to certain centers and so on and so forth. So do you have any challenges of that nature as well? So those are two questions that are predominantly linked to the geospatial elements of the KZN CET College. Then in terms of performance, really, I think I have come to understand that DDG Fuchane, that KZN CET College is your best performing CET college. Is that correct? Maybe I need you to correct me now before I even go any further. Is that correct, DDG Fuchane?
Honorable Chair, I would have to look at that against the overall report coming from exams. If Honorable Chair would allow me to do that and not respond on the report from one college.
Okay, because here on a slide from the college, the overall LA pass percentage per CET college has placed KZN at 75.5%. But I mean, generally, I think, given the presentation that we've just received and just really echoing the sentiments of Honorable Boshoff, it was quite inspiring to listen to yourselves, Principal, and even the SRC. I, like Honorable Mahlatsi, one of the top remarks I made when the SRC presented was one of the challenges that the SRC is faced with. And it's not because we're fishing for problems, but we do want to have a sense of some of the challenges that students are faced with from either a managerial level. I mean, it's twofold, right? So the SRC needs to bring us into confidence that you have strong relations with your management, with your governance structure, that you are included in council meetings that do sit through your president, through the representation of your president. Bring us into confidence that when you do have challenges, you are given an open door policy by management to come and address those issues. Bring us into confidence on, well, definitely you have brought us into confidence in terms of your own plan of action, which is really great. And we're really happy to see that the SRC does have its own POA outside of just having knee-jerk reactions to challenges, you know, and therefore that becomes the POA of the SRC. We would like to see the SRC try and add more, of course, to their POA, and maybe look, the SRC is included in a lot of the work that management plans, but it would be important for the SRC to also have its sovereignty from management and have a wide range of activities. I mean, some of the programs you could consider exam drives in preparation for exams, and how you as an SRC assist your students in preparing for exams, and a number of other programs that could really be beneficial to their academic program at the college. So those are the suggestions of which we think the SRC could consider. Of course, maybe you already are doing that, but have not added that to your presentation. But going back to the issue of challenges, it would be great to hear some of the difficulties that you have. I mean, members have asked about your reflections as a college on COVID. DHET for China has definitely reflected on COVID on an overall spectrum in terms of the program and some of the lack of support that the program had in responding to COVID. But it would also be great to hear from management, to hear from the SRC, what are the type of interventions that the college has put in place for support, and that you as an SRC appreciate, or as an SRC you can say management is not doing enough. So we would like to have a greater sense of the strengths and weaknesses, or a reflection by the student leadership of the college's strengths and weaknesses. We might not be able to do that sufficiently in this meeting, so we could afford the SRC an opportunity to write to us and make a follow-up presentation to the committee where you highlight some of your own reflections on the strengths and weaknesses of the college, and the role that you will play as an SRC in assisting the college in overcoming those particular strengths and weaknesses as a recognized governance structure of the institution. So, we can't leave everything to management. There is also a role that we can play as student leadership within that regard. So overall, it's also very exciting to see the partnership, like Honorable Mananiso said, between the college and some key stakeholders. I mean, members of the community. You showed us how traditional leadership comes on board. You've shown us how you're working with various seaters. It would be also great to see if you have managed to work with some TVET colleges or universities in some of your programs, maybe in the lecture capacitation programs, maybe in relation to using some facilities in your neighboring TVET colleges, or even universities. But it would be great to have an understanding of the collaboration across the PSET system between yourselves. And if there isn't, encourage it, right? And encourage it. And we are, as a committee, playing our part, principal, in I mean, you could find yourself in a situation where you are asking for collaboration and support, right? But the other parties are not coming on board, and we are playing our part as a committee to implore on them, to implore on universities to contribute to the ecosystem of teaching and learning within the higher education and training sector. So we are also, encouraging those local TVET colleges, those universities that your CET colleges find themselves near to also, reach out to yourselves and find ways of supporting yourselves. So we also want to raise a concern around double parkers I almost said Honorable Futshane, DDG Futshane, we want to raise a concern around double parkers, you know, where you have educators who are earning from DBE and DHET, and we can't have that situation when we have the high unemployment rates that we have, when you have new graduates, you know, who have just graduated in teaching, who are unemployed. So we really need to figure out a way on how to address that. And we are willing to play our role as a portfolio committee in supporting you in any of the hurdles that you may find yourselves having in order to do that. And then definitely, Principal, we would love to visit you and to be dressed by yourselves when you do come to the college. Let me just check if I have any other outstanding colleagues have raised quite a lot, so don't think there's a need for me to reiterate much. It would be also just great to understand the learner-lecturer ratio at your CET, at the KZN CET centers, just to understand if you are coping in the classroom in terms of the numbers, or in the lecture room in terms of your numbers there. Also acknowledge that whilst the chair of council did say that you know, you're still struggling with the infrastructural issues of having your centers located within schools that exist within the DBE, but there is an attempt by yourselves to formulate partnerships to build, you know, your own centers, standalone centers. And of course, there are issues around title deeds there that would be interesting to hear. But you know, we do acknowledge that effort, as minor as it may be, but noting the financial constraints that we have. And of course, there has been an allocation to the program for infrastructure development, but just noting those challenges, you know, that that smaller development victory win is something that we acknowledge and appreciate. And it's something that we need to collectively, as various stakeholders, you know, Mam Sibia, Honorable Sibia, you are from KZN, where we can whisper as members and say, hey, you know, to various stakeholders, local businessmen, chiefs, and, you know, to say, you know, let's find a way of donating buildings. We need to speak to public works to play their part in also releasing unutilized infrastructure so that we are able to use it for this regard. And then in relation to unqualified lecturers, and I really hope no one has asked this question, but maybe if DDG Futshane doesn't speak to it, I'll come back to it at a later stage. Let's leave it at that for now, on colleagues and honorable members. I'm gonna hand back to DDG Futshane first, and then DDG Futshane will hand over to council if there are reps from council that are here, or rather, yeah, we'll hand over to council to hand over to the principal. If there isn't anyone from council, we'll just head straight then to the principal and then to the SRC. And then I think we should be able to close the meeting after that. DDG Futshane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you for the questions and comments from both Honorable Chair and the Honorable members. Honorable Chair, I just want to make sure I'm getting the sequence right. Are you saying I should start, or I should hand over to council and then council hands over to principal and then I respond? I'm sorry to re-ask something that you've already stated. I just want to be sure.
No, it's fine. I also feel like I wasn't very clear, but I think I want to hand over to you, and you may decide now if you'd prefer to take some questions now, or if you'd like to hand over to the college first and then come in the end to catch the you know, matters that have not been covered.
Thank you very much then, Honorable Chair. The chairperson of council has asked to be excused, and to the best of my knowledge and arrangements, we had only arranged for the chairperson of council to be present in this meeting. And then in that regard, then Honorable Chair, perhaps we should, if Honorable Chair and members agree, I can answer all those questions that are related directly to DHET. I know everything is still related, but related to my presentation. And then the principal can, and the SRC can then come in, if that's fine with the House.
That's fine, DHET Fuchane.
Thank you very much. And again, I appreciate the comments and the question, because they assist us and they are very developmental in nature. And let me start with those pertaining to my presentation that came from Honorable Mananiso. And she asked a question in terms of the schools that the college is using without protocols. I think the question was directed at the college. However, I do want to indicate that the protocols between the schools are signed by the head of department of the respective province, and then also signed by the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training. And once that protocol is in place, then the school and the college can enter into an MOU or an MOA or service level agreement or any type of an agreement based on the overall protocol. I must indicate to the portfolio committee that we started this process in November already. And the reason we had the meeting in August was because we were not getting the protocol signed by provinces, despite numerous attempts. And hence we thought that let us take the opportunity to go to HEDCOM, where they all be seated, so that we could hear why they were not signing and what were the concerns. None were forthcoming in that meeting. In fact, there was an overwhelming support in terms of these protocols and signing them. Since that meeting, we have been pushing for the signing of these protocols, and we are currently sitting at the number that I have presented. Please do allow me to go back and discuss this matter with the Director General, because this was in agreement with heads of department and the DG of DBE. And we see how we take it further, whether as recommended, we then bring in the ministers, because we have made follow-ups in relation to the issue of protocols. Colleges will find it very difficult to get into agreements without having those protocols signed at this level that I am referring to. If I continue then with the questions from Honorable Mananiso. I've answered the protocols. I will send the information on partnerships with CETAs. I will make that available to the processes that we have between ourselves, and I will send for all colleges and not just for KZN. Indeed, Honorable Mananiso, our advocacy and working with faith-based organizations, we are not choosing any. We are planning on working with all of them and meeting with all of them that are operating in our communities. Of importance is that we must get the funding from NSF to open a window so that at least then they can be funding for projects. In terms of the question asked by Honorable Manani, so it's very much spot on in relation to, she asked whether all the principals attended. All principals attended the meeting except for two for the award of NSF letters. The two that did not attend was Mr. Zita from Western Cape City College. He could not make the meeting. He could not get flights. That's a report that he gave in his apology. And the other one was Ms. Matlawa, who is the principal for Free State CET College. She could not attend because she had just lost her brother. So she was on special leave for the burial of her brother. However, I must indicate that whilst no college has been rejected, out of the 9 colleges, 6 award letters were issued. The 3 award letters that were not issued were Western Cape City College, Northern Cape City College, and Gauteng City College. And the reasons for that were provided. And we met with all 3 colleges and we highlighted the areas that they needed to correct, and those have been done. And just yesterday, I have seen a submission and given me a report in terms of the identified areas where those colleges must improve, and that will be processed further for NSF and the DG approval. So that will be in process. Those would be the only outstanding 3. Indeed, Honorable Manani, so we welcome and appreciate the recommendation that the recruit of the 1,500 students must be comprehensive and all-encompassing, particularly looking at students with disability, albinism, and so forth. On the implementation plan or plan of action by the task team, I agree with Honorable Mananiso and all the honorable members. I just wish to indicate that that implementation plan will be finalized when the task team meets for the first time. And after that meeting, we will then make it available. What remains now is for me to get that approval so that I can set up the meeting in terms of that task team. And there was a question from Honorable Sibia, and she was asking in terms of the resolutions of the summit pertaining to improvement of conditions of service and stabilization of staffing, which asked that I elaborate on that. I need to indicate that whilst the standardization process was good and continues to be good for our lecturers, particularly because we have lecturers in the sector and who have been in the sector, some of them for 20 years and more, and on the last month of them working, all that they exit with would be the last salary that they receive for that month and nothing else. With the standardization process of conditions of service, they are then eligible and getting a pension, they're getting a funeral cover, they are getting a medical aid, they're getting housing allowance, and there's this issue of them getting paid according to their qualifications. I must also indicate that some lecturers in some provinces, because they were not getting these benefits, they were getting the 37% cash in lieu of these benefits. So they were getting that as cash. When the standardization process was implemented, that cash that they were getting, Western Cape, because Western Cape never received the 37% cash in lieu of benefits. And therefore, stand to be correct, could be KZN as well. Those that were getting, and the 37% was redirected to benefits, their net income and take home in many instances was reduced. And that led to a lot of unhappiness and protests by lecturers. There was a balance that was done in relation to this when the department started in December to implement paying lecturers according to their qualifications, what we call the REQV. In many colleges, there is stabilization. The report from HR, because this is a process conducted by Human Resource Management and Administration, we have a report that indicates that there are still some outstanding cases, and those outstanding cases, correctly so, are causing grievances amongst lecturers, and hence there will be petitions and protests. But HRM&A is handling those according to the report that we have. In the majority of our colleges and the lecturers, there has been stability, but there are areas of instability that needs to be corrected. This matter is also in court, particularly with the Eastern Cape and Western Cape. In the Western Cape, the Western Cape lecturers won a court case against the department. There were a few of them, because the correction of these salaries, particularly in relation to their qualification, was backdated to the 1st of October 2021. And they wanted it to be backdated from the time that they were migrated from provinces to the Department of Higher Education, which was 2015. But because labor law says you must lodge a case and you can only go back 3 years, so they were awarded the financial incentive for that going 3 years back. The court case that is currently in court is between government, and in this case, Eastern Cape Department of Education, Higher Education is the fifth respondent, where the lecturers in the Eastern Cape are saying that they were never paid 37% cash in lieu of benefits, and therefore demand that that money be paid back to them. That matter is in court because there is impasse between what government says and what the lecturers are saying. So that slide on the summit resolution that talks to stabilizing the sector, we'll talk to that, Honorable Sibia. From Honorable Boshoff, you raise a very valid point on the matters of QCTO and that not everything needs to be regulated. I fully agree with that, and the department does as well. However, please note, in the presentation, the reference to QCTO is not on qualifications or accreditation of qualifications. The reference was made by the summit to say that there are funds that are redirected from CETAs and directed to QCTO in the form of, if I can put in brackets, levies, and the QCTO is getting those funds to do its work. And the summit was saying the same mechanism that the QCTO was getting that funding must be used to get funding into CET colleges, but it's a very long and legislated process which the department is consulting on. We fully agree, though, whilst this was not part of the presentation, we fully agree with what Honorable Boshoff is saying. Hence, we are advocating not only for skills, occupational, but non-formal programs. Most of our colleges are offering non-formal programs based on the community needs. They need to do a needs analysis and they offer those. Just 3 weeks back, we conducted with an international NGO that is supporting community work in South Africa, a 2-day workshop on the provision of non-formal programs in CET colleges. And that workshop was solely focused on and provision of non-formal programs. We want to make sure that we cater for all types of students in our colleges. I'm coming close to an end with Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Mahlatsi, in terms of the governance structures, we do not have any vacancies, at least that I'm aware of. In terms of capacity programs, colleges run their own capacity programs for councils, but we also run capacity development programs. That is in addition to other meetings that we hold with them. The recent one, the last one was in September, where we had a training session with councils, and the next one is scheduled for January. So that will be taking place. Honorable Mahlatsi also said that I need to push harder on these summit resolutions so that the sector can be able to operate efficiently, and worried about the infrastructure and ICT budget. I need to indicate, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mahlatsi, and all the honorable members that the infrastructure budget now is completely out of the hands of the department. We pushed for as far as we could. We've submitted everything. First, we had to identify the funding, and then it was a discussion and a debate within the department, which was extremely difficult, as you can imagine. It was not easy for the universities branch to let go of 1 billion in terms of the interest earned. In addition to that, it was even harder to convince universities that they need to release and let go of those funds so that they could be redirected to CET. But we won that hurdle. And in the end, we have submitted all the documentation that needed to be submitted. We have provided them to National Treasury. We followed all due processes, and we are waiting now feedback. And we have a very supportive, progressive and hardworking CFO who does assist, and she makes sure that she follows up with Treasury on a regular basis, because I have to follow up with CFO, and CFO, then she does follow up. She does follow up with Treasury. Honorable Mahlatsi also raised the issue of DBE engagement. I will raise this again with the DG, and in our discussion with the DG, he will advise the next steps to take, and perhaps correctly so, as indicated by the honorable members, we should then take this further to the level of the ministers to look at this matter of the protocols. The last one from Honorable Mahlatsi was on the preliminary budget allocations. We will provide this because we have it available. As I say, we had the workshop yesterday where we provided to the colleges, and we'll provide the analysis that is requested by Honorable Mahlatsi on the broad analysis on major expenditure issues on CET. So that will be provided. Honorable Kachwa, that is the last questions and comments. You raise a concern about double parkers. Indeed, that is not permissible. I am very pleased though that, and I do not want as the branch to take credit for this. It is because this is really driven at the college level. And you'll see from the presentation by Dr. Mthethwa the good work that they've done and how they have decreased those numbers drastically. And indeed, I know that it will not only be a decrease, but it will be to a point of elimination. And however, there are due processes that need to be followed in this. And we are going to assist Dr. Mthethwa to make sure that any backlog in relation to that is cleared. And the rest is for the college. I think I've answered all those I needed to cover. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the honorable members.
Thank you, DDG Futshane. Dr. Mthethwa.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, one is really humbled by the comments, which are very useful for us. From all honorable members, we've noted all your comments, and we appreciate the support that we see you are offering to us. Let me now attempt to answer the questions that were raised from Honorable Manamiso. She asked if there is there one standard of MOU. I think the DDG has covered that one, that we are very grateful. As I indicated, the support of the ministry, from the minister to the DG, because I know that he was also instrumental in so many areas regarding this, as well as our DDG, has been very helpful, because to come up with one MOU that covers all KZN schools, that strategic partnership from HOD to HOD is very helpful. It douses a lot of fires that could be there to ensure that when we deal with the minor fires from school principal to school principal, that paper from the DG signed by our honorable DG is very, very helpful. But also we are having special MOU, for example, when we use a certain facility, that one we facilitate on our own because that has got cost implications. So, for example, for water and light, and if we're using, for example, a certain facility, we've got to take care of that in terms of cleaning material and making sure that the facility is also kept well. We come on board, and we have got some MOUs we have signed with specific schools in that regard. And then there was a question linked to that from the Honorable Manamiso about how could the matter of paperwork with schools be corrected. I think maybe the answer I've given covers that we are trying to deal with that. I think the initiative, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the initiative by the leadership of our ministry through the DDG and DG to have that covering MOU is helping. So that you will find that these challenges we've been having and we continue to have, it's easy to handle them once we do have that overarching MOU, which is signed by our DG. It doesn't say we still don't have some problems, we do, but it's easier to handle them when you get that support from the leadership. There was a question also of the SCM manager issue, which is critical, and how soon are they going to be, how soon is the SCM going to be found? Indeed, we agree, Honorable Manamiso, that it is a challenge. It resides also with the current initiatives which are led from the front by our DDG, as to find and make sure that these posts are filled in. But what we currently are doing, I must say, we are improvising by using certain expertise of the intents that we have to deal with the matter, to try and say, you're going to do this, maybe you're going to, and capacitate them first on that particular aspect. But indeed, it is something that that needs to be attended. I'm just happy that there is something that is being done. But it really needs to be attended soon, because you need that sustainability, Chairperson, even in terms of making sure that we don't regress on our audit findings, because you don't want to have changes, because internship program is not a permanent program. So in an institution, you need somebody who's going to be there and be responsible for that. So there are risks involved. So we need to be close by to make sure that we mitigate those risks. But that is something we can live by at the moment, because there is absolutely no alternative. Where there is, there could be something that we can find, for example, for audit, we've sourced out through service provision. We have sourced out some capacity from service providers, so that, for example, on issues of the internal auditor, we can have that, because that is critical to have your systems and to control what is happening, and to make sure that everybody complies. So you need the internal audit eye. So the council was very vigilant to say, no, let's look through service provisioning or through funds that can allow us to find that service provider. Let's get that one in the meantime. And it has helped a lot. It has helped a lot to make sure that we align our operations in line and with the law or with the prescripts that are there, and we are compliant. Has there been a survey on where the population comes from? From the college side, this is a very, very important one, which Honorable Manamiso is raising. And it is something that we have also looked into to say, if all, funds are permitting and we are stable enough as the college to get that, because that will need some special service provisioning, and it comes with cost. It is really, really something that we need to do as the college. I know that we also rely on the department. Some information from the department is helping a lot to read from the department, but also what is helping us in that regard is to read the IDP of each municipality, to study it, so that at least we can see what is the population, what are the needs, etc., etc. But just to answer your question, Honorable Manamiso, we for now, we don't have the capacity. We will really do love to have that. And it's in our pipeline, so that if we have got some funding, we can do that, because indeed, like you quite pointed out, it can be very helpful to note where are the people coming from and what are their needs, and how are they responding to our delivery. I think without any further ado, let me link that one to what was asked by Honorable Mkwachwa about what satellite centers, and I think there was something which was saying, are there regions where you find it is vast, but there is a challenge in servicing them due to the vastness of the province? I'm linking this one to that one because I found it very much related. And the answer is true, Honorable Mkhandlo. That was a very important observation. And what is obtaining from Northern Cape is obtaining to us in terms of vastness. We do have that. And why I'm linking this one to that, because the remark by Honorable Manamiso and yours, if we can have that survey, it can help us then to say, how do we deal with that? That's where I'm linking it. But the answer to that one, also, Honorable Chair, is true. It obtains also to KZN City College. Then I'm going to leave the question to the SRC, and the recommendation is appreciated. Then I come to Honorable Sibia, who looks at Amajuba percentage and ask a specific question as to which community structures are we talking about. Honorable Sibia, we are talking about every community structure you can think of. In one of my meetings with our center managers, I said, every one of them, they must be belonging to the war rooms, because that is where the issues of gender-based violence are discussed. That is where the issues of unemployment are discussed. That is where, when you talk of crime and who is committing crime in the area, what age group, those are the issues. That is the heartbeat of the community in terms of challenges. And we cannot be seen to be elusive. We must be where the higher hits the tar. And we must be seen to be also part of a collective wisdom, collective effort to try and improve the lives of the people. So war rooms are one of them, Honorable Sibia. The municipalities where we belong. I mean, the council, the ward councillors, the leadership, traditional leadership. We should belong there. We must find a way to communicate with them, to present our case with them. Tell you what, Honorable Spear, we were so excited. I think DDG was also there when we were part of visiting the churches at Lamontville. We were there as KZN City College. We were there to say we are part and parcel of your needs. We are a conduit that can access, some development to you as the community. And that was led by our honorable minister, and our honorable DG was also there. But what I'm driving to, Honorable Spear, is that we are talking to even churches as a college. Just as recent as a few weeks ago, we made with our senior management a presentation to one of the churches, one of the bishops in Zululand, where we even talked of the issue of infrastructure partnership. And we said, please, let's partner with us. We will hook you up if it needs to be entertained by our national office. But we are, having that, zeal as well as the college to reach out and say, how can we come together and address your needs as a church organization? So, and that's an initiative, Chair, that is not only confined to that particular church. We are going from one district to another to meet with different churches, but obviously we're also meeting with the people with disabilities, organization with disabilities. I'm just excited to inform you that in King Clochao, for example, there is a disabled group that is a group of disabled people which has written to us, and we are saying we're fixing a date where we will try and see how can we meet them and incorporate them under our wing so that they can also get some services which we render. So any structure you can think of, Honorable Sibiya, even if you have some we may not have tapped on, we will be very grateful for your leadership and guidance so that we can go there and listen to them and see how we can assist. I think the issue of staffing, our TDG has commented on that. Honorable Boshop's remarks are appreciated. I think the DDG answered to that one. Let me come to, I think the last part. The last part one, that is Honorable Mahlatsi. What is the capacity of the institution in relation to the enrollment? Very, very important question, Honorable Mahlatsi. I will answer this one in two phases. I will say, in terms of the fitness for purpose, that would be my first answer. And then in terms of qualifications of our staff in relation to what we are giving. In terms of the fitness for purpose, I'm saying it's a challenge because we are moving towards mass skill provisioning. But the capacity of our staff is formal education aligned. And in other words, if you want somebody who must be able to offer a skill-oriented program like basic electricity, then you have a challenge there. So in terms of being aligned for fitness for purpose, that's a challenge that we are facing. But that is exactly what I talked about when we say, even our training plan is now shifting to make sure that we are aligning ourselves to that, so that in the long run, gradually we are moving towards it. Because I can tell you, Chair and honorable members, it's not going to be a one-day solution. It's going to be a process. But it has to begin now if you want to have it done. And what is our plan as KZN City College? I've alluded to that slide, that our training plan, our targeting is aligned to that, so that our numbers now, in terms of when we look at the lecturer cohort, we are going to say, in this district, we've got X number of lecturers. How many are we having in the skills that we are saying we want to offer? And then our training plan will have to be informed by that, so that eventually we are fit for purpose as lecturers, particularly with the mandate of the summit, which is mass skill provisioning. We hope that that one will address that. But what is the short-term initiative, Honorable Chair? The short-term initiative is that through SETA funding, we are able to provide skills through service providers. But we are saying, for any MOU we have with service providers, it must be such that it says somewhere at the end, there must be some element of skills transfer. In other words, if we say you are going to be a service provider for basic electricity, part of the MOU must say, you must have trained X number of our lecturers, so that gradually we are moving towards being self-sustainable as the college. So that one will be a short-term gap to mitigate this challenge of deficiency on fit for purpose. And then let me try and attempt to answer the issue of the second part where I said the underqualification. I think DG alluded to that as well, and I think we are helped by a lot by the initiative from our branch, because the ETDP-SETA has come on board to say, let us identify our lecturers who are underqualified. We've got about 1,000 plus who are either unqualified or underqualified. By unqualified, we mean those who have got only grade 12, and those who have got grade 12 maybe and 1 year, maybe RQV 11 and 12, they still remain underqualified. So we have got a determined effort where we have said all the center managers must write a list of who of their lecturers are falling in this category, so that it informs our training plan. And we have agreed with ETDP-SETA and maybe other SETAs to say they will receive our priority, so that everybody is at least at REQV 13 as per expectation. So that is what we are trying to do, Honorable Mahlatsi. But I hope I've answered your question in terms of the capacity. Now, how are they capacitated at the college, and what are the challenges in relation to ICT? How is the college capacitating its community? First of all, the community is made of council, lecturers, and SRC. For council, we have done deliberately as the college the onboarding session, but I must appreciate to say most of the council capacitation has gone so well from the branch, and it was very extensive. And there is no council member from council members who were minister appointed by the minister, to council appointees, to committees. I remember the last meeting we had was all council members were invited who belong to various committees as to how committees are operating. I think one needs to applaud the leadership of the branch under our DDG in that respect, because I think that was happening for the first time, and we have seen also the operations of council, the impact it has had. So that one is taken care of, and I don't think we've got any quarrels with that. The lecturers, in terms of their capacitation, well, we have got our own in-house management programs where we capacitate our lecturers on various aspects, on policies, on certain issues that relate to operations. But in terms of the ICT, well, that one is a big challenge because it involves funding, and we are relying on the SETA funding and the initiatives from the branch. I think the DDG alluded to one, which is very helpful. We have submitted, for example, 250 lecturer names, and we have said our strategy must be focused first on pilots and any other centers, as long as that target was not reached, where there is a promise that they will be capacitated on ICT issues, and I think funding has been obtained. So we are banking on that one in terms of our lecturer capacitation regarding ICT. Now, in terms of SRC, the management has made a determined effort that the SRC be capacitated on issues of leadership, because these are our future leaders, and we must take care of them in terms of just general leadership capacity building initiatives. And we have deliberately done that, and I'm sure they've learned something out of that. It may not have been enough, but we've made sure that each cohort that comes in, they are taken through leadership capacity that talks to ethical leadership, responsible leadership, what is expected of you, that you must comment on things without fear or favor. We have encouraged them to say they are the role players when it comes to teaching and learning. They must point out where there are shortfalls, so that we can record that and correct that. So I think we have done the little we can from our part. Obviously, there is nobody who's perfect. We may have had some shortfalls here and there, but there is an effort, and a determined one, to make sure that even beyond being a student at KZN City College, there is something that our SRC will say, I learned this from KZN City College, in terms of my general, etiquette as a leader. What are the programs the institution has for the future and now? Is there anything we have over and above that we have shown and displayed? Honorable Mashatsi, indeed we do have. Our vision as a team is that we want to be daring, we want to be innovative, we want to be responsive. And as a result, we want to go all out to be a college that will not only be going out and begging for funds, but we want to be a college that is going to say, look, we've got something different. We've got something that we can give you. We go out to anybody there when we're looking for funding as a second income stream. We are saying we want to do something that is going to say, we can invest at KZN City College. And I can tell you, for example, that through our innovation, we would want to see ourselves, for example, offering programs like cell phone making. I mean, not cell phone making, but rather cell phone repairs at KZN City College, because we see that one as a huge market, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I mean, where I repair my screen for my cell phone, it's a guy who's sitting there, who's got a small office there. But that guy is making money, he's earning a living. And if you care to check how he's living very handsomely. And we are encouraging our communities to say, we have to look into these skills from that perspective. And we are working hard to develop that one. It's part of our homework. And I hope in future I can tell you that we have acquired that, because that is where we want to go. But something we have already done, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of partnering with anybody who we can partner with. We are currently partnering with the University of Florida, where we, for the first time, are hosting an international student on isiZulu, how to learn to speak isiZulu. We've got a program for 6 months for her. She is currently here in KZN, where she is learning that. Her name is A.B. Dumancio from US. And what we are aiming to do, because we are trying to be as innovative as possible. And one person once said to me, when we're discussing and we're trying to motivate ourselves as KZN, I mean, as CET, public servants, and as people who are ambassadors of CET, we said, as long as we are not going to be activists, we're not going to achieve our goal. So we have to be activists, and we have to be trying everything we can wherever we go. So that is part of being trying something new, trying to be daring, innovative, and responsive. We are aiming to move that one to greater heights. We are aiming to move the program to doctors who are not knowing how to communicate with their patients, just to give them that, quick Zulu program, which will enable them to understand when the patient is saying, yeah, kula, and something like that. That terminology, that can be helpful. So we are aiming at partnering with the Department of Health. We are aiming at partnering with private sector, talking to the CEOs to say, you can't be a CEO who does not understand one single word of your employment cohort, because it is something very, very gratifying to be greeted by your CEO, by the Honorable Mkachwa in Zulu, and saying sawubona, when I am knowing that I'm working under you. So we are saying it's something we're going to serve. the CEOs there, to the organization of business in our locality. That is what we're going to say. But over and above that, we want to train our lecturer who's currently handling this to be able to teach this online. I think that is where now the issue of ICT training comes in. But you can see that now, if we can have this training and even on ICT, so that now our partnership expands. Maybe people even in China, even in Brazil, even in US can have isiZulu lectures online, and they may come at a reduced period just to have the experience of the culture with the communities, like AB is doing now. Maybe they can spend about 3 months or so instead of 6 months, etc., etc. So that is how we want to go big, Honorable Mahlatsi. In terms of the ratio of lecturers, our ratio of lecturers is currently 1:20. But I can tell you, given the numbers we have got even more because our targets are not meeting. So we may have even that ratio a little bit skewed towards the lecturers. In other words, you may have more lecturers than the students. Up until we increase our targets, then it may be to that one. How capacitated are the lecturers at KZN City College? I think I've covered that one. How did they manage during the COVID-19? What was the impact? Oh, Honorable Mahlatsi, we were the hardest hit as City College and maybe as city colleges. Why? Because our lecturer cohort and our student cohort is not ICT oriented as it were. So we tried many other things. We tried WhatsApp, we tried to call them, but it did affect us. Our numbers dropped drastically. That's what I can say. I've contributed something on that, and I can share with you something we've written together with Dr. Land. I will be sharing that. It's a book. We included a chapter which was talking directly to that. But amazingly, the effort of collaboration and talking to the people, even evictions, we're able to handle them. Yes, they hit us first because the schools had to close down and say, we don't want you anymore because we are taking care of our students, etc., etc. But through interacting with the district directors, and our students also and lecturers coming up and saying, we want to be part and parcel of these, we ended up, minimizing the impact. But needless to say, Honorable Mahlatsi, that we were the hardest hit. The governance structure, are there any council vacancies as we speak? We've got only one for now, which has occurred, which is the lecturer representative. We are going to be filling it, otherwise our council is fully constituted. On the land matters, is it donated or given by the Samaritan? Yes, both is applicable, Honorable Mahlatsi, donated and given by the Samaritan, like I mentioned, the issue of Edna Gazu. But there is paperwork to that, there is PTO to that effect, which you can show, and we hope that that is enough. But obviously, any guidance from the honorable members is highly welcome. Now, let me come to the last comments and questions from Honorable Mkacha, our chairperson. Satellite centers at Mkanyagute, the highest, or let me just come to the question, what determines the number also is closely linked to how the, what determines the number of the students in each district. The answer to that one, Honorable Chair, is that it is determined by two things. Number one, we are still relying on the migration on what we inherited in 2015. And most of our centers were based on that. But also it is also determined by the registration effort we are trying to have. I think I missed that one because there was a question on what I think that was asked by Honorable Sibia on what strategies do we have in terms of recruitment. I missed that one. Let me just combine it with this one. Due to our recruitment strategies, which are very, very, what could I say, traditional at the moment, because we are still using some word of mouth, but with our interventions, we have said, no, let's use now radio, community radio. We have used KwaZulu FM, for example, which reaches out throughout the province, and that has helped a lot. We have used some pamphlets. We have established our Facebook. It has helped a lot. But in terms of the numbers and the centers per district, I think the legacy of migration is also playing a role, but also with the numbers and the impact of numbers. We have not opened any new center since migration. And that can tell you that the impact of the centers that were there is still existing, and we're still relying on that. But what do we foresee as something that can mitigate this one? Because we cannot just be confined to the numbers which were on migration. We must be seen to be responsive. And therefore, the diversification of programs, which is masculine, as per the summit mandate, we believe that is going to draw a lot of numbers, because people, they want something that is going to be impactful, that is going to respond to their needs. And we know that with that one on board, we will not fail. But again, that talks to exactly what we talked about. Are we having the cohort in terms of lecturers that are fit for purpose? Yeah, eventually, but as well as what is it that we are doing? And as long as we get this SITA funding, we are going to be making some strides to cover that. I hope I've attempted that one, Honorable Chair, but if you are welcome to follow up if I've not. How are they capacitated at the college? No, I'm just paging, I'm in the wrong page. Are there any regions where you find it is vast, but there is a challenge in servicing due to the vastness of the province? I've answered that one, Honorable Mahlase, and I said that was an important observation on your part, and that is obtaining even in KZN. We've got vast province, and you will find that sometimes the need is there, but because of the vastness of the province and the centers that are not there, because of the legacy of where we come from, then it becomes a problem. And any center that we start must be linked to the capacity in terms of lecturers that are going to be there. So it's something that we need to grapple with. And I guess that survey will also be assisting us. That is why I was linking these two together. Honorable Mukacho, I think the Honorable DDG has commented on your concern of double parkers. It has been a very brutal fight, I must say. I have told Honorable DDG that where we come from, for example, we are coming from where we had 3,000 double parkers, 3,000. And we have reduced them to a near figure of, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be what? 63 plus 35 for now. And we are saying, our strategy, Honorable Chair, is that even if we allow you to continue, but it is only up until we find somebody. That is our condition. If we get somebody who can take over that subject like mathematics, because our concern was, we cannot just say people must stop and our students suffer. So we have tried by all means to make sure that our initiative is as responsible as possible, and it is ensuring that our students do not suffer. So we are currently having now 63 plus the 35 we are going to be paying from January to June. And we hope that number will be even reduced, because out of the 35, we have recommended that they be paid, because again, what we wanted to check, Honorable Chair, was it's not a matter of only paying people. We want to know who is where doing what. And we want to know whether you are featuring on the composite timetable, that you are allocating a specific subject. These 35, which you are going to be motivating now, they have failed for quite some time to bring us that evidence at the beginning of the year. Then we said, we are not going to pay. We are not going to pay until you prove to us that you are there. And then they submitted a bigger number initially, and then until eventually, after a series of meetings, Honorable Chair, we were able to say, okay, this we can vouch and say, indeed, they did the job at this time, and there is evidence to that. And we can assure you, Honorable Chair, that it's something that we're determined to eradicate. But we are also relying on those 40 posts, because they can help us, especially for the 13 center managers whom you saw on the slide. Because we would want those center managers to be appointed permanently, and then they can eliminate this issue. Why we could not stop the center managers, Chair, because that would be collapsing the entire center. And the center, as you know, has got some satellites. So if you stop that person at leadership level, then that would have meant the total collapse of a very, very fragile, environment. So I think, let me end there, Honorable Chair. Please pardon me if there is anything I've left out, but I will indulge on your kindness to remind me, and I will try my level best to answer. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mthethwa, for those responses, really detailed responses. And, at some point I was worried about time, but I said it's very rare that we get to interact with CET colleges. And so I thought it would be important for us to afford you sufficient time to respond, and also to give context and making us better understand where our support for the sector needs to be. So thank you very much, Dr. Mthethwa. At this point, let me then hand over to the SRC for any remarks from your side. Really, I think maybe in relation, if there are any key issues you'd like to highlight that are of concern, you can do so now. But in relation to just this reflection on the challenges and strengths of the college from your perspective as students, maybe that's something that you can submit to us after today's meeting, within 7 days from today. But noting that you are writing exams, Shane, let's not put too much pressure on you and give you about 14 days to respond to us. And then, so let me hand over to colleagues from the SRC for your closing remarks. And then I think we should be able to bring this meeting to an end.
Greetings, Honorable Chairperson of the Parliament, and thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Mr. R.L.M. Kulu, the Provincial Coordinator of the SRC. Let me also cite the apology of the Deputy Secretary. She'll be writing in the next 45 minutes, ancillary health care. So she is now excused, and well, she has given me some notes. But let me indicate that a lot has been covered by our college principal, Dr. Mthethwa. But in terms of highlighting the challenges, they said that I must emphasize these challenges, the issue of infrastructure, as also our DDG, Mamfuchane, have said, that they are experiencing those evictions from the DBE schools, but the college has made stride again in that, in forming partnerships with the school principals, and also them as the SRC with their leadership role, because they belong into the community. They are also going as far as interacting with the SGBs of the school so as to ensure that they are not evicted in the school. But they also they would appreciate if the portfolio committee could see to it that it is fast-tracked the issue of the head of department in different provinces, if they could sit down and sign the MOUs or the protocol of understanding, because that one seems to be dragging in our meeting as the SRC. We've received communication from DHET that there has been communication. In as far as KZN is concerned, there was Dr. Nzama, who was the head of department. He unfortunately passed on. It was not signed. Dr. Mtembu came in. It was not signed. It is now Mr. Ngobo as the head of department. It is still not signed, the protocol, because it actually gives that, you know, the weight so that it is easy for the college to enter into any form of understanding the MOUs, in fact, all the agreements that will enable the college to operate. They've also cited the issue of the certification rate when it comes to our GTC level 4, which is quite a big challenge, and they are requesting the portfolio committee to discuss that in Parliament, because you find that they are writing these exams and they pass, but the problem is they are not issued with the certificate on time, and that affects the credibility of the entire sector, the services of the college throughout the year, you know, because the output is very important when they are rewarded at the end of the day. Again, they've also made a submission that it will be appreciated as the portfolio committee coming from different political parties, as you guys will also interact with the municipalities when it comes to the minimum requirement when it comes to employment opportunities. Maybe at a municipal level, it could be flagged, for instance, that for a person to be employed, the minimum requirement, maybe it could be your level 4, your GTC level 4. Starting from there, that also creates an opportunity for them that once you are being qualified as a level 4 a student having umalusi certificate, you can also get employment. So they've said also I must also make that submission on their behalf. In terms of the sport activities that was held, in terms of the outreach programs, they've alluded to the fact that the majority of these SRC members, in as much as they serve it at the college and they're in their particular CLC, but they also belong to the structures within the communities. So it is easy for them. For instance, the flood victims in eThekwini, I think you've seen in one of the presentations, you will see that one of these, the chairperson of the district level is also part of the youth structure in that particular community. So it makes it easy for the SRC to interact and get a feel of what is really happening, and they're able to reach out into those particular communities. That is why then the college took an initiative to ensure that they visit the flood victims, handed over some food parcels, and there was also a memorial service which really touch the lives of the people to ensure that the college is with the people, it is for the people, it serves and responds to the needs of the communities. And with our sport activities that we had, remember, portfolio honorable members, that in terms of the district, we have 11 districts, and the SRC decided to have this event in one of the districts at Umzinyati. So in other words, that district had to accommodate 10 districts. And in doing that, it had it requires the SRC to have, to conduct a state of readiness, engage with all the structures from the ward committees, from your war rooms, from your ward councillor, and it even went up to the mayor himself, who was part of the program. That on its own, it flagged up, it showed that the KZN CET is for the people, it works with the people, and the members of the communities will also benefit, and they benefited a lot because about 16 buses driven into one area. In terms of the business, they were supported because the people were accommodated, students were accommodated, officials from different departments were also accommodated, including the MEC for sport was part of that program for the SRC. So in terms of the outreach, in terms of engaging with the people, in terms of recruitment, it is part of the recruitment strategy, because you will find that the CET is not talked about. But when we flag this program, when we ensure that we are seeding to communities, that is where we market and sell the idea, the concept of the CET, because in responding to the needs of our community, the unemployment rate, the shortages of skills, this sector is at the heartbeat of ensuring that our people are assisted, the previously disadvantaged people are empowered with the skill. And we are so happy that we worked with the DDG that is hands-on. Mam Fuchani will find her, guiding, motivating, and that's the spirit. That's why we find the young people so motivated. They are able to develop an implementable program of action. If their program that they've developed, they've come up with all these ideas, and the college is fully supporting them. The DDG is fully behind them. Even Mama as the Kodisang comes and motivate, give capacity building, in as much as the colleges put in place the external facilitators to capacitate them in terms of leadership skills. I believe that as a provincial coordinator, mine is to ensure that this thing is happening. You've seen the presentation from the deputy secretary. You would have seen the same from the president of the SRC, the same from the secretary of the SRC, because we ensure that this they must own. They are the voice of the students. When we are there only to guide, but they are on their own. They are there to lead, because this sector is for them. We are open to take ideas, criticism, and everything so that we can take the sector forward. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as the provincial SRC coordinator, as mandated by the SRC who are writing their exams, I therefore table this to you. That it's not easy though, but things are happening. They are trying at their level best. And we will also be responding, as we have indicated, that we would like a report, and the SRC will definitely forward you, honorable members, with the report. Chairperson, thank you so much for sharing this meeting and allow the SRC to participate and interact with the members of the Portfolio Committee. And to our DDG, Mama Fujani, thank you so much for always ensuring that the SRC is given a platform through council, through these engagements, so that they feel that they are leaders, they are part, in as much as they also serve in councils, the president and the secretary, whom they always sit into council meeting. And the college management, thank you for affording the SRC this opportunity. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mchunu. So just to get that right, so the provincial coordinator is not a student, is not a member of the SRC, but I want to understand it as someone who supports the SRC. Is that correct?
Honorable Chairperson, that's correct. When it is being formed, we are there to just support, guide, and see the election of all the SRC in all structures. Thank you.
Okay, so it's administrative support from management. Okay. All right. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Can we just, do you mind just opening your camera for a few seconds? Because your camera was closed. So we got a very exciting presentation or input from yourself, but we could not see your face. So I don't know if you're in a position to open your camera, please. All right. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mkun. Sure. Right. So I see Dr. Mteto, your hand has gone up.
Honorable Chair, just to give you a perspective of how this provincial chair came in, it was our observation that SRCs are not supported. So we said it's our own innovation. We said and say, let them be supported by a provincial coordinator. And we said, even at district, let us have district coordinators. And we have seen that then that administratively it worked so well. And I didn't indicate that we are supporting them also with gadgets, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to highlight how it came about so that you can have a full perspective, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mteto. Thank you very much to all colleagues from the KZN CET College. It really has been a fruitful engagement to get perspective on the realities of the college. It's a college we've never interacted with, and so to some great extent it was a meet and greet. At some point we would love if the committee program were to ever allow for us to visit the college. However, what we have noted as a committee is that the parliamentary program, in fact, is very stringent. And so at times, Dr. Mteto, it could be Honorable Sibiya, who is based in KZN, who does visit a number of your colleges as part of her individual member oversight. And we definitely would like you to afford her the absolute warmth and welcome as she does that individual member oversight, perhaps throughout the next couple of months that we have left in our term. If time permits, it could be ourselves from different parts of the country joining her in that oversight visit. So thank you very much, colleagues. A number of challenges have been noted, a number of strengths have been noted, interventions, and really want to appreciate your time, appreciate your commitment to attempting to really bring the mandate of the CT program to life. We acknowledge the challenges in terms of resources. We acknowledge the challenges that are going to take some time across the sector for us to try and overcome. But